Scott, what is this? Is this a new camera? Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. New equipment. I didn't notice before. Few months? Oh, I see. Okay.
How you doing, sir?
Hello.
Good.
How are you? How are you doing out there? Teachers are okay? Yeah. Of course. Yes.
I've seen it before.
Yeah. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Yeah, it's on. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Okay, Ernie's walking in. All right, roll call please, Danielle.
President Mrs. Yu,
Here.
Vice President Mr. Beach,
Present.
Clerk
Yes,
Dr.
I'm
Eugenio,
Here.
Board Member Dr. Apodaca, Board Member Mr. Nishi,
Here. Here.
Here.
Board Member Mrs. Say.
Present?
Thank you. Board Member Dr. Rios.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay. This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed session. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, 2 matters. Conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA. Anticipated litigation, 1 matter. Are there any public comments on the closed session items? Okay, there's none. Thank you. We'll move to closed session. May I have a motion to move to closed session?
Motion to move to closed session, Eugenio.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, yeah, please do a roll call, Daniel.
Mrs. Yu,
Yes?
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Dr. Apodaca, Mr. Nishi,
Yes?
Mrs. Se,
Yes.
Dr. Rios.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Okay.
Yeah, how come nobody talks?
sorely has my heart beguiled. Her rosy cheeks and ruby lips alone she holds my heart enthralled. Then fill to me the parting glass Of all the money that e'er I spent it in good company, and of all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit to memory I can't recall. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. If I had money enough to spend and leisure time to sit a while, there is a fair maid in this town who sorely has my heart beguiled. Her rosy cheeks and rosy words that e'er I've had. They're sorry for my going away, and of all those sweethearts that e'er I had, they'd wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls into my lot that I should rise and you should not, I'll gently rise and softly call. Good night and God be with you all. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night and God be with you all.
The board is now back in open session. Danielle, roll call, please. Oh, can I have a motion to open session?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please, Danielle.
Dr. Apodaca? Mr. Beach?
Present.
Dr. Eugenio?
Here.
Mr. Nishi?
Here.
Dr. Rios?
Present.
Mrs. Say? Mrs. Say?
She's having some technical difficulties getting on Zoom.
Mrs. Yu?
Here.
Thank you. Motion moves 5-0.
Okay. Tonight, our board member, Sophia Say, will be joining us virtually. And I'd like to excuse Dr. Chris Apodaca for a personal work-related issues. Okay. Tonight, in closed session, the board discussed public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, 2 matters. Conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA. Anticipated litigation, one matter. Let us all stand for pledge. Vice President Redby, please lead us.
Please rise and join us. Ready, begin. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Spotlight on Teaching and Learning. Scott Smith.
Thank you very much. Good evening, President Yu, board members, Dr. Sue, members of the community. It's great to be here with you this evening. I'm happy to be here and share a communications update with you. Since my last report in November, much has happened. We celebrated the holidays, leaving for winter break with a sense of hope, only to return to the Omicron surge. We went from messaging about the holidays and a happy new year to testing and stopping the spread. Before winter break, we had great local coverage of the YMC donation of bikes to third graders at Aloha Elementary. Both the Long Beach Press-Telegram and the Los Cerritos Community News ran articles with photos of the donation event. After the winter break, we had the opportunity to share how the Omicron surge was impacting schools. Cerritos Elementary Principal Craig Spratt shared his thoughts about the surge in an interview with the Los Angeles Times. Speaking of Mr. Spratt, the Los Cerritos Community News covered the Cerritos Elementary School National Blue Ribbon ceremony, which included photos from the event, which was held in early December. The district's efforts to get rapid test kits out to students did not go unnoticed and was covered by the local paper. It was featured on the front page of the Los Cerritos Community News in the January 28th edition. As I've shared during all of my quarterly board reports, our presence on social media continues to grow. We reached over 12,000 viewers over the past 3 months on our main social media channels, and our reach grows every day. Our most popular posts included Special Education Day, Holocaust Remembrance Day, NBA Great All-Star James Harden coming home to Artesia High School, along with announcements for the virtual magnet school event and transitional kindergarten pre-enrollment. My plan coming back from winter break was to re-engage with the cities we serve. I provided an update at the January 11th Hawaiian Gardens City Council meeting. With the impact of Omicron, I postponed these meetings going forward. As always, I will reach out to board members when presenting at the cities they represent. Part of our outreach strategy includes connecting with community groups. Before the winter break, I provided a district update to the Cerritos Seroptimus Club, and I joined Dr. Sue to give an update to the Artesia Rotary Club just a few weeks ago. With several large-scale projects funded through Measure BB opening in the coming months, now is a great time to show the community where this investment is going. We will be introducing a new quarterly update covering the improvements the bond is making at our schools. As I mentioned earlier, we have been messaging updates about COVID-19 safety frequently since the return from winter break, and we have been sharing information every week through Make It Safe Monday, an email sent to all families. As I conclude tonight's presentation, I would like to remind the community to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at ABC Stories. You can follow Dr. Sue on Twitter at ABCSUPT, ABC Superintendent, and I'm at S. Smith, ABC PIO. Thank you very much. Be happy to take any questions you may have.
Any comments or questions? Okay. I just want to say thank you, Scott Smith, for helping get the message out to our community. Communication during the pandemic is essential. And I know that before it was Dr. Sue doing it all alone with her camera and her phone, but it is so great that you are there to really take all the pictures and communicate with all of our staff and get all the messages out, updated. And when we had hit with a January Omicron surge, I mean, that was another panic attack, but you handled it very well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have another spotlight with our equity officer quarterly update, Adrienne Thomas.
Hello, good evening. President Yu, Vice President Beach, Clerk Dr. Eugenio, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Sue, and the cabinet. I thank you up front, all of you who have attended our family circles. As you know, I work in conjunction with the Hispanic Latino Student Alliance and the Black Student Alliance for our parent events. Our meetings have been successful based on how we continually refine them through parent input from our feedback that we receive. The goal of our family circles is to increase parent involvement in their child's individual learning and educational experience. So, for short, we call the Hispanic Latino Family Circle HLFC. So, on November 17th, HLFC held its first meeting with Dr. Myra Lozano, principal of Hawaiian Elementary, as the guest speaker. She graciously stepped in after our speaker, who was featured, Dr. Lourdes Fier, author of the 10 Competencies for Hispanic Parents, became ill. Dr. Lozano, along with our amazing Hispanic Latino Student Alliance, imparted invaluable knowledge to attendees on the topic of parent advocacy for Hispanic Latino students' educational success. Our second meeting was in January, and the event focused on preparing for the next grade level and accessing higher academic opportunities. We thank all of our attendees, and the collaboration with Migrant Ed has been continuous and great. Thank you to Maria Berna, coordinator. For the BFC, we had our second Black Family Circle on the 1st of December, which featured Dr. Cole, an energizing educator focused on Black student achievement. His words fueled the parents' engagement with the ABCs of parent involvement: to be audacious, bodacious, and courageous in working with schools and teachers for their student success. And just this past February 9th, we had our third BFC meeting, which is conducted by the members of the Black Student Alliance, and we encouraged, at that time, parents to have an academic plan through elementary, middle, high school, and on to college and career transitions. Also on February 26th, upcoming, we have 63 Black students who will attend the virtual HBCU summit called I Am Black History. Thank you to Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated for bringing this opportunity to our students. On January 11th, a presentation was given by the Center for Pacific Asian Families on their Know Your Roots 8-week Asian Youth-Centered Leadership Program, which culminates in a community project that the students developed. I'm currently working with 2 high schools on having this program at their high school. The Center for Pacific Asian Families provides a vehicle for Asian students to develop their youth leadership as visionaries in their community, enables them to be problem solvers and activists. Coming up this week, I will be presenting to the secondary, elementary, and assistant principals and deans information on the Civil Rights Review, a self-assessment. It's a proactive way to make sure that we measure and stay focused on policies and procedures as it relates to school culture and climate. That is in conjunction with CWA. Moving on to the work with the Diversity, Unity, Equity Board Advisory Committee, the board, along with Dr. Aguirreos, as stated in my last report, we have determined our short-term and long-term goals for this work. The 2 short-term objectives that we have are create an educational equity statement and a culture of respect. Creating a culture of respect to deter and to transparently respond to unintentional and intentional acts based on a person's perceived or actual, as I read all of it, race, color, weight, national origin, ethnic group, religion, religious practice, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, or sex. Basically, a culture of respect will detail out how we hold true the concepts of tolerance, respect for others, and dignity, to include an awareness and sensitivity to how we relate to each other. A code of conduct, if you will, based on supporting the district's non-discrimination policy. And all of this will be presented by the due committee as recommendations prior to a forthcoming equity plan. Further, the Equity Committee has 3 guiding literature resources. Our first book that guides our understanding and our work of equity is Shattering Inequities, Real-World Wisdom for School and Districts. Our first resource has provided rich discourse and a discovery of educational equity and what it means. The committee also uses a glossary of equity, diversity, and inclusionary terms, which is not a comprehensive list, but it's a list of words that helps build our common language while we're doing the work that we do. At the January 20th due meeting, the committee voted to make the following recommendations to the school board. The first recommendation: review and consider a resolution in support of the recognition of students of diverse gender identities. The second recommendation: have district-wide training to include school board trustees' participation related to cultural competency, implicit bias, anti-racism, and educational equity. The due committee will continue its work at our meeting on Thursday, February 17th. And finally, to end, as we come to honor Black History throughout this month, I want to thank all of the teachers, all of the students who participated in the Black Student Alliance's Black History Art Contest. I thank you to all the teachers who had students do videos, and we really appreciate the ABC Foundation for putting forth funds to help us with the prize money for those forthcoming winners. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? We have Dr. Olga Rios.
Yes, I very much proudly sit on this committee, and I just want to commend you on your work with the Equity Diversity Committee. It's a big job, but I do believe that with your efforts and your guidance, we will advance equity in our district. And so just thank you, and keep at it, because I know it's a lot. But again, I appreciate your efforts, and if you ever are able to join that committee, it really is impressive. I mean, the level of articulation on behalf of the students, again, it's very rewarding to be a part of that. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
service. Okay. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of February 15, 2022?
Motion to approve, Eugenio.
Second.
Second, Sophia.
Okay. Roll call, please, Danielle.
Mr. Lynch,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes?
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of February 1st, 2022?
Motion to approve, Eugenio.
Second, Nishi.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes?
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. May I have a motion to move action item 1.2-A before the president's report so the community member does not have to be in attendance late?
So
So
moved.
moved by Sophia.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios. Sorry, Madam President, can you repeat? What are we doing? Are we moving up
Moving
public
to
comments?
1.2 community member appointee.
Oh,
We're moving it up.
appointee, got it. Yes. Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes?
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. 1.2-A. May I have a motion to approve community member and student appointments to Board Advisory Committee?
Motion to approve, Eugenio.
Second, Nishi.
Roll call, please. Wait a minute, before roll call. I'd like to introduce David Chang to the Transfer Committee. David Chang, would you please come up to the podium? And I'm going to ask David Chang, who is a parent, proud parent of a child at our elementary school at Stowers, I believe, and he's also a proud product of ABC.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam President. Good evening, members of the APC community, board members, Madam President, Madam Superintendent. My name is David Chang. I had a nice introduction written, but she just stole my thunder. But like she said, I am a proud parent of 2 children currently attending Stowers Elementary. And I myself am a graduate of the APC Unified School District I've attended Palms, Nemus, Juarez, and ended junior high and high school at Whitney High School. Went on to UC San Diego, where I studied neurological sciences. And by some strange twist of fate, I grew up to be a banker in corporate banking. And I just want to say that the education I received from ABC really helped to shape my life and my decision-making in many positive ways. And as soon as I became a parent, I decided to move back to this hometown because I knew this was the best place where my own children could receive the absolute best education possible. And as I become increasingly involved in the education of my kids, I decided it might be time for me to give back to the school districts that's given me so much. I still have a lot to learn, and I'm looking forward to doing my best and doing as much as I can for this district and for our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any public comments and discussion? Okay, well, if none, we're going to vote. Can we take a roll call?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes?
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes?
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome, David Chang.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight despite your busy schedule. As president of the Board of Education for the ABC Unified School District, I am committed to helping our staff provide the best possible education for our students. The teachers and staff members have demonstrated their dedication to students and families throughout the pandemic. I have expressed my appreciation multiple times in public. The district began negotiations with ABCFT last fall. It's important to remember that negotiating is an active process between two sides working towards common ground. The current items discussed with ABCFT and with the board in closed sessions are confidential. Although I cannot speak as to the specifics of the negotiations, I can tell you that both the district and ABCFT negotiating teams continue to meet and work together towards an agreement. I'd like to remind the public the board's action in previous years clearly demonstrates the commitment to supporting teachers. During the 8 years serving on the board, most of the votes have been unanimous when it came to teacher salary. We have not experienced tension. The trust and collaboration between ABCFT and the district that have built up over 20 years serve as the testament of this partnership. And as we press on through the pandemic, March 13, 2020, we all remember, we had the shutdown of our school. The entire district was focused on how to continue education virtually, through hybrid, or in person until very recently. After opening in person, fall of 2021, and after we settled in is when we started the negotiation. Then the whole month of January was focused on Omicron surge. I am sharing this background information to express the reasons for the delay. This partnership has served as a model for many school districts across the region, state, and even nation. Because of this partnership, I remain optimistic about both sides coming to an agreement. And on that note, I'd like to share, on February 3rd, I attended the virtual Magnet Fair, which lasted for 3 hours. Thank you to Dr. Beth and Ms. Ortiz. They were answering questions, and so many students, so many parents from other districts who's interested in coming to our school had so many detailed questions. And on February 8th, the ABC Education Foundation virtual meeting, and I just want to thank all these volunteers, business members, parents, really dedicating their time to really give our students scholarships, grants, classroom opportunity. February 9th, Chef, Cerritos High School Education Foundation. I attended this meeting. Very informative reports from Patrick Walker and Serena Yuan, as always, efficient in leading the meeting. I'd like to congratulate Cerritos High School MUN team, who took home 8 gavels, awards for Best Delegates and Best School Award. Congrats again to Patrick Walker, Mr. Mustard, and Mr. Watanabe for their dedication. I'm also glad to hear that masking requirements will be relaxed in the coming weeks. I really do like to see our children without the mask on in the outdoor fields. And that is the end of my report. Thank you. Next, we have student board representatives. Nothi Garcia of the adult school.
Good evening, President Yu, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Su, cabinet members, and community members. My name is Nadi Garcia, no problem. Naughty like naughty girl. Very true. And I've had the pleasure of attending ABC Adult School for almost 2 years, pursuing a career path in graphic design. Currently, I own a business that has been in operation for 26 years. Unfortunately, it has and continues to be greatly affected by COVID. That being said, I felt it was necessary to gain additional skills to assist my small business. While researching a program, I found many to be so costly. And I was fortunate enough to chance upon the amazing, affordable classes at ABC Adult School that, although less expensive, was not inferior in education or content. I truly enjoy my teachers and sincerely appreciate their guidance. I am grateful for all that I have accomplished and will continue to master at ABC Adult School. Career technical education is on a comeback trajectory at ABC Adult School. Despite the effects of the pandemic, all of our programs and career pathways continue. Students are finding their way back, and we have several courses that have waiting lists. We are using Carl Perkins funds to start a new program, HVAC installation and repair. Southern California has a huge shortage of qualified HVAC technicians, and our next goal as a school is to fill as many of those positions as we can. We think this will be a very lucrative career for many of our students. The week of October 11th, ABC Adult School was visited by 2 accreditation teams. For the first time, we hosted a combined WASC and COE accreditation. Both teams gave commendations to the school for COE listed areas they wanted clarified or adjusted. COE has over 300 areas of compliance. In a report to COE, we outlined how many we would make the adjustments they required and provided further evidence of our compliance in disputed areas. This report is currently being reviewed by the Council on Occupational Education, and all should be finalized during their March meeting. In the academics department, we already have 25 students who have completed all the classes to earn their high school diploma, and 90 students who have passed all of the HiSET or GED tests to earn their high school equivalency certificate. 2 former high school diploma graduates, Alicia and Henry Pidgey, recently visited the ABC Adult School to thank the staff for helping them back when they earned their high school diplomas with the class of 2005. The Pidgeys shared with us that they have since gone on to earn their bachelor's and master's degrees and are just 2 classes away from earning their doctoral degrees. For this school year, most ESL classes at ABC Adult School were designed to be in person. However, as staying healthy was on the forefront of everyone's mind, hybrid or teaching came into play. Hybrid classes are held in the morning, afternoon, and evening at our satellite campus, Cabrillo Lane. Classes including grammar, pronunciation, vocabulary, current events, and civics at all levels. 4 hardworking, resourceful, and very patient teachers are leading the hybrid classes. A key component has been building a community where everyone knows a class expectations and has ample opportunities for discourse and interaction. Students have enjoyed their new learning environment. Some hybrid classes have 20-plus students in attendance, an accomplishment for everyone. Community education courses are back in person, and students could not be happier. Most classes are meeting in person, but a few classes are offering distance learning options. Through March, glass fusing student Joan Flax is holding an exhibit at Musée in Anaheim, highlighting her work in glass-fused pictures, including skylines, water, and flowers. Ms. Flax learned all of her glass-fusing prowess at ABC Adult School. She has been taking classes since 2011. Our parent education families continue to be dedicated and flexible. Most classes this year are in person. We have been able to keep class sizes small so parents and children feel safe and comfortable. The small class size has given the opportunity to provide more individual attention for both academic and social emotional learning. It has been very special to see the little ones interact with friends again after 18 months of virtual classes. We were able to incorporate park, field trip, and drive-through events for Halloween and Christmas. Children said hello to all their teachers, got treats at every station, and even met Santa Claus. We have continued our online afternoon art and cooking classes, which bring out the creativity in parents and children alike. Once again, on behalf of all the teachers, parents, and students at ABC Adult School, I want to thank you for your continued strong support during these challenging times. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nadi. Nadi Garcia. We have some comments from the board.
I'm sorry.
Any comments from the board? I just want to say, I want to really applaud you for upgrading your career.
Thank you, and I just want to say I appreciate that, and if my sincerity wasn't expressed in what I said, it really has been a wonderful experience for me as an older individual. In my class, I am one of the older students, so just getting beyond the fact that everyone in class was much younger than I was, going through my second chapter of my new journey in life, I knew that I needed to be creative because my business being that's all I knew, it's all I have for 26 years. And so now being able to have this opportunity has just been a godsend, and I love everything I've learned and done. So I just look forward to it, and I hope everyone can experience that and experience the joy at ABC Adult School. I really, really appreciate it.
Kudos to you. Our ABC Adult School is one of the biggest and best program in this area. So you are a great example. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I appreciate that
God
very
bless
much.
you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Sue, Superintendent's report.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank Nadi for the wonderful report on adult school and the things that are happening in our adult school programs. On February the 3rd, I participated in the virtual Magnet Fair parent informational meeting. There were a lot of important information provided by Dr. Beth Bray, Angelica Diaz-Naranjo, and Melinda Ortiz. The informational meeting lasted for almost 3 hours and before the conclusion of the meeting. On February the 4th, I attended the COVID-19 testing for K-12, a how-to webinar. Many participants facilitated the meeting, including Dr. Larry Boldham, Special Assistant, Office of the Secretary, U.S. Department of Education, Mary Wall, Senior Policy Advisor for Testing at the White House, Christina Silcox, Duke Duke Marholis, Public Health, Brittany Lehman, RN, who was a RSU from Maine, Dwayne Bruce, who was a facilitator, Anna Hartiged, Education Department, Trudy Agenda Testing for 101, Jennifer Harper, Tulsa Public Schools, Sean McFerrin, Clark County in Nevada, and Eva Stone, Jefferson County Public Schools, with over 96,000 students and 55 schools. It was a fascinating time to be with them on Friday. On February the 8th, I participated in the CSI funding with the LEA webinar. There were many superintendents in attendance. Training will be provided for LEAs on the grant management and reporting tool, or G-SMART. In the afternoon, I participated in the DSLN Professional Development Plan. Over 85 people were involved with the summer learning program from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock. I also participated with the FMLA interactive meetings provided by Human Resources, our Human Resources. The topics covered were the California Family Rights Act and the Employee Notification System. There was also time for Q&A from district employees before the meeting concluded. On February the 9th, I was invited to attend the Black Family Circle virtual meeting. Everyone did a wonderful job during the evening. Dale Williams from Carmenita Middle School, Angelica Diaz Naranjo, interim supervisor of child welfare and attendance, Triana Marbury from Ross Middle School, Adrian Thomas, equity officer, and Dr. Christina Wise, director of secondary schools. There were over 50 members in attendance. Today, I met with John Meng, who donated 20,000 masks for Whitney High School. We took a photograph in front of our district office to celebrate his contribution to our students. We met with President Sue, who will act on her own behalf. We held a meeting at the AXA 14 superintendents at Parker's Lighthouse in Long Beach. There were approximately 10 of us during that time. Every month, I conduct the AXA Superintendent's Academy. On Friday, February the 11th, Thomas Gautier was available, and on Saturday, Terrelyn Finders was available. On Monday, February the 14th, I was involved with the health and well-being of the AAPI students. There was a fascinating conversation about students wearing masks as well as other features. Today, I met with Dr. Joshua Sargent of USC to discuss the Module 4 unit for planning. I will begin the meeting on February the 28th. Have a wonderful 3-day weekend, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sue. Next, we have public hearing. Next, we have employee representative reports. Ray Gare, ABCFT President.
Good evening, President Yu, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Sue, administrators, teachers, nurses, parents, students, and the ABC community members. My name is Ray Gare, and I'm President of the ABC Federation of Teachers. Thank you to those ABCFT members who are in attendance or either here or online. You are appreciated and valued. Tonight in closed session, you saw the latest proposal from ABCFT. Our latest proposal is guided by the needs of our members and the countless hours of valuable work they perform on behalf of their students and their students' parents. The ABC Federation of Teachers is exhausted by the back and forth of these negotiations at a time when other districts and teachers don't have to fight for every penny of respectability. The exhausted ABC employees are disappointed that the process of negotiations has not produced an agreement yet, especially since over the last 2 years, ABC employees are tasked with more and more unpaid responsibilities as they struggle to provide stability for ABC families and the students in our classrooms. Over the past 8 days, ABCFT has been engaged in a work-to-rule campaign. We employed a work-to-rule strategy to provide minimal disruption for our students and parents, but at the same time provide a spotlight for the school board about our dissatisfaction with the delays in the negotiation process. The simple truth is, Reuben and I want to cut our hair, which hasn't been cut since the last salary raise. I hope tonight that you will continue to listen to ABC employees and how the past 2 years have impacted their students and their jobs as professional educators and nurses. I realize that you will not be able to respond to the many speakers tonight, but your decisions at the negotiating table tomorrow will communicate how you value ABC employees. How you value their work and how you value their well-being. As adults, we need to set an example of how to work out our differences in a productive manner. Just as we all value students, now is the time for the board to demonstrate your value of ABC teachers and nurses. We need to lead by example. The students are watching. On behalf of all the teachers and nurses in ABC, my heartfelt thanks goes to every parent who honked their horn or shouted support for their sons or daughters' teachers. Thanks also to the parents and community members who wrote to the board about their concerns about what is happening in ABC. Thank you to the ABC community for your continued support for a fair contract. We know you are listening. A community is about stakeholders watching out for each other, providing resources and supporting each other when the time is right. As I said at the last board meeting, the time is right. Let's put this behind us. Now is the time for action at the table. The ABC community is watching. Thank you.
Thank you, President Ray. Now, public hearing. I would like to open a public hearing on the initial proposal submitted by the California School Employees Association and its ABC Chapter Number 24, CSEA, to reopen negotiations for the 2021-2022 school year on Article 7. Compensation and Article 12, vacations and holidays. Copies on initial proposal are available for the public to view. Are there any public comments on this item?
I do not see any public comments, Madam President.
Thank you. Hearing no comments, the public hearing is closed. District response to CSEA. I would like to open a public hearing on ABC Unified School District response to the California School Employees Association and its ABC Chapter Number 24 initial proposal to reopen negotiations for the 2021-22 school year on Article 7, compensation, Article 9, health and welfare benefits, Article 11, layoff and reemployment, and Article 8, calendar. Copies of initial proposal are available for the public to view. Are there any public comments on this item?
I don't see any public comments, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Inu. Hearing no comments, the public hearing is closed. Now we have public comments. Dr. Inu.
Thank you, Madam President. Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and place it in the silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes, unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at a time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion on taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff.
Okay.
Madam President, at this time we have 21 comments that will
21
go beyond our 1 hour limit.
Okay, so we will have 1 hour limit, or do we want to waive our 1 hour limits?
Madam
Okay.
President, if I may, sometimes our comments don't go beyond the 5 minutes. Some of them may be shorter, so I say
so
we see how it goes halfway
Okay.
through at least.
Okay, fine. All right. Okay, and then we also have second public comments if it goes over. Our meeting is, fairly short, so you will have opportunity to speak at the second public comment at the end. Okay, we may begin.
First speaker, we have Dina Martins. Can we also bring up Patrick Gordon and Barbara V?
Good evening, Dr. Sue, Dr. Sue, President Sue Yu, Vice President Beach, board members, cabinet, and community. My name is Dina Martins, and I have a son that attends Cerritos High School. I would like to address the current mask mandate for in-person instruction. After witnessing the gross hypocrisy by politicians, celebrities, and tens of thousands of audience goers at the mega event this past weekend, I must say I was dumbfounded that the Make the Safe Monday message I received yesterday doubled down on the mask mandates. What are we teaching our children by continuing to remain silent? I cannot remain silent any longer. For the sake of our children, we cannot continue to accept being told that the ABC district must abide by the LA County Department of Health mandates. You must see the detriment it is causing to our children. At what point will the board district stand up with us, the parents, and challenge these mandates? I can sit here and rattle off statistics such as children have a 99.9% survival rate from COVID. The COVID-19 shot does not stop transmission, and you can still get COVID even if you're triple jabbed. But apparently those facts are not taken into consideration in our fight to stop these mandates. I do want to bring up, however, the suicide crisis among our children. Pediatric suicide attempts and mental health cases rose 53% in 2021. The increased suicide attempts and mental health crisis is directly related to the drastic COVID restrictions and isolation we have our kids in. Some may say that being in a mask for 6 to 8 hours isn't that big of a deal. It is a huge deal. Our kids' minds, brains are going through huge development. These restrictions are affecting their choices, communication, social, psychological development, and their everyday interactions. Living in constant fear is causing irreparable damage to our children, and we will not completely see the immense detriment that this has caused them for many years. How can we continue to turn a blind eye to this? Our children are hurting, and they are dying. We are up against Goliath here, and we need your help in this battle. Parents are asking for a choice. We need you to clearly take a stand for our children. We need to see a resolution from the board, the district, the cabinet, to the ABC community, to our legislators, to our senator, to the governor, and to this California Teacher Union in support of mask choice, preservation of medical freedom, and parental rights. Lastly, we will be hearing, I'm sure, tons of public comments from many today in support of teacher union negotiations. I support our teachers. I support that they need a fair negotiation agreement. What I will not support is the millions of dollars that the teacher union bribes the politicians with. Excuse me.
Let her speak.
The California Teacher Union is in support of these mask mandates. They released a statement just yesterday endorsing local decision for the cautious approach to the mask mandates. I saw several teachers outside, and I have many dear teachers that I know put their heart and soul into their classrooms. Not one sign I saw in support of our students' rights, or student mask choice, or parental rights. Excuse me. It is tit for tat here. You have tons of parental support for negotiations, which we support. But the parents want support.
1 minute.
We demand that the districts back off our kids.
Please let her talk.
Back off our kids. All we want is parent choice. That's all we're asking for. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Patrick Gordon. On standby, we have Barbara V. and Ruben Mancillo.
Hello, my name is Patrick Gordon. I am a teacher at Gar High School. I've been teaching in the district for 26 years. And, this is not obviously a normal night. On a normal night, you would go through the formality. You would have teachers and students that would come forward and you would praise them for their accomplishments. I think it's important for you to understand that the accomplishments that our students have and the accomplishments that you praise in this forum is born on the backs of the teachers in this district. It is born on the back of the quality teachers that you have and the quality teachers you want to continue to attract in this district. Now, I know that you've probably had discussions about compensation for what we've had to endure for the last couple of years. And speaking for myself, it has been a challenge. I also know, having an 18-year-old daughter that's a senior in high school, it was a challenge for her. I think some on the board believe that the few $100s that was thrown around towards us was some sort of compensation for the preparation that we had to do last year. I know for me at my site, I was told that I had to be a hall monitor. I had to stand out in the quad and ensure that students, most of which did not return, did not get too close to each other and walked the correct way around the campus. I did not get to be in my classroom. I did not get to be preparing for my lessons in the transition from virtual to hybrid learning. I was told I had to be out there. I asked if I could forego the money so I could be in my classroom. Because the reality is, I still had to do that work somewhere and at some time, whether it be in my classroom or whether it be at home. And the reality is that this is much more a question of economics, which I've taught for 26 years. And ultimately, in free market economics, it's about attracting the best possible people. It's about having human capital. It's about having good people do good work. And ultimately, this apparently is some sort of fiscal folly, some sort of maybe feather in someone's hat about how they're able to hold up against the teachers union. And the reality is what you're going to hear is a sound of silence. New teachers are not going to come to this district. If I was talking to a young teacher that was looking to come to this district, I would probably ask why. There are a lot of jobs out there. They won't come here. The other sound you're going to hear is not silence. It'll be a huge sucking sound. It'll be a vacuum of the younger teachers in this district going someplace else. Some of us have been here too long. We don't have that choice at this point. But some of us might have a little regret. I was at a function a couple weeks ago talking to a colleague that works in another district, not 20 minutes from here. 26 years, that's how long I've been teaching. $21,000 more a year. Most of us drive more than 21 minutes to get to our schools that we teach in. $21,000 a year. I have a daughter going to college next year. That's a few years right there of college education. That's a few years of paying off your house a little bit earlier. And people in the area will know that. They will know where they can go to work. They will know that they can teach good kids. Those kids will achieve. They can get this gratification. They can get this gratification, but this gratification does mean something. Who is going to come here? Who is going to teach here? You praise your accomplishments of the past. You praise what we've done through the last couple of years. Who are you going to have to praise going forward? I don't know if I was working in this district or if I worked in administration, why would I want to be sitting at a school site or at this district and ask teachers, can you, will you, would you, please? When you know that we're not valued. The reality is my 26 years here, I've been asked to achieve. I've been asked to overachieve, as have all the other teachers in this district. I know what the stench of a labor dispute can cause. Those many years ago, my mom sat right there in that seat when this district was on strike.
1 minute.
And it will last much longer. It will last much longer than James Harden coming over to Artesia High School. It lingers. It's a stench. And so you've asked me to be exceptional. You've asked all of them to be exceptional. And all we've asked you to be is average.
Next speaker, we have Barbara V. On standby, we have Ruben Mancias and David Hind.
Good evening, ABCUSD Board of Education and Dr. Mary Sue. My name is Barbara Vu. I am a product of ABCUSD, currently a full-time speech-language pathologist, SLP for short, in special education, one of the speech-language department co-chairs, and I have 2 daughters attending ABCUSD schools. I would like to first talk to you about my job and field. Like nursing, there is a national shortage of speech-language pathologists, and particularly a critical shortage of school-based SLPs. What SLPs do in the schools is assess, diagnose, and treat speech-language and social communication disorders at every site, infants to the adult transition program. We have a dedicated group of 36 specialists who work in this district, and we all hold master's degrees, credentials, state licensures, and national certifications. We are highly qualified educators. My job allows me to work with my wonderful students for extended periods of time. Sometimes all 7 years they are at Nemus Elementary. For special education, one of the biggest factors in student success is the consistency in their specialist. I know my students and their families. Year by year, goal by goal, I help them achieve their communication potential. Unfortunately, in just 5 years, we have lost 10 specialists who left for other districts, citing the pay discrepancy as the reason. Currently, we have a number of temporary positions that have opened up that have been advertised for months with at the district's hourly rate, and there have been 0 applicants. I also think the current delay with negotiations have brought to light to my staff the disparity in salary, and I have been approached by multiple specialists for a recommendation letter. Just last Friday alone, I got 2 requests for a recommendation. What is the pay
3 minutes.
discrepancy? For 2 neighboring districts, I could make about $35,000 more a year. With the widespread shortages of SLPs, all these districts would actually credit me with every year of service I've had. Can anyone blame our specialists who want to afford a home in Southern California, who need to save for college for their children, who need to help offset the cost of care of their aging parents, for leaving? Switching gears a bit, I'd like to talk about how my workload has increased steadily every year and how this has only accelerated in the last 2 years during the pandemic. When I began this job, a typical individualized education plan that I would write for a student would be about 5 pages long. I have to write at least 1 IEP for my 55 students. Today's IEPs are at a minimum 15 pages. I write approximately 80 to 100 evaluation reports annually. I've been getting many, many referrals from parents and teachers, and right now I need to figure out, is this child's speech living through a pandemic, or is this a true language disorder? This is all in addition to the direct services I provide that now involve both virtual therapy and live speech and language therapy with a mask on. We have been doing the extra work without compensation all this time. To hear that any increase in salary should only be approved with even more work reveals a deep misunderstanding of what any of us have been doing. And in the highly litigious world of special education services, shouldn't it be imperative that our district have the best special education staff? My work life now has absolutely begun to consume my home life. I know this is the case for all of my teaching colleagues, for my own teachers, my own children's excellent
1 minute.
teachers, for our nurses. At this point, we're asking for recognition beyond a verbal thank you. Professionally, I have been loyal to this district for 19 years. In reality, I have been loyal since I was a kindergartner at Leal, and when I was a senior at Whitney, when I walked out with my teachers. I ask you to not take my loyalties for granted. I ask you to not make me feel foolish for having such loyalty to this district. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next speaker, we have Ruben Mancias. On standby, we have David Hind and Dana Lindsay.
Good evening, Board President Yu, Superintendent Dr. Su, members of the board, members of the cabinet, and all of the ABCFT members, parents, and community members participating in this meeting. My name is Ruben Mancias. I'm a veteran educator here in ABC Unified, and I'm proud to serve as the chief negotiator for the ABC Federation of Teachers. I've come tonight to speak about priorities and consequences. ABC has earned a reputation as being a district that makes student success a priority. One of the ways that we've demonstrated this commitment is by attracting and retaining quality personnel to deliver services to our students. One consequence of making competitive salary and benefits packages a priority is that we have a talented group of professionals, and they're right here in this room tonight, who help win the many awards that this board and this community are so justifiably proud of. But we cannot rest on the laurels of the past. We need to acknowledge the realities of the present to maintain the legacy of this district's achievements. ABCFT members have literally been on the front lines throughout an ongoing pandemic. Yet here we are without having received a raise to our salary schedule for 2 years. We continue to be the definition of essential workers, and we are asking that our essential work be recognized with essential wages. When ABCUSD substitute pay was clearly no longer competitive with neighboring districts, this board made it a priority to raise their wages. I applauded the board for doing so. The logic was clear. We were falling behind, and our students deserved nothing less than the best. This district saw the negative consequences of not keeping up with prevailing wages and
3
acted
minutes.
accordingly. But why should our substitute teachers be the only ones who are valued in this way? Don't our teachers and nurses deserve a raise as well? And let's be clear about what a raise is and what it is not. A raise is what a professional earns from a job well done. It is a reasonable expectation that an employee can maintain a dignified standard of living for his or her family based on the degrees, certifications, credentials, and years of experience that have made us experts in our field. A raise is not being asked to perform even more duties to justify additional compensation. Being required to chase a metric of ever-increasing productivity for more pay isn't a raise, it's the equivalent of a second job. Our members, like all of our community, have felt the impact of rising prices. They know that neighboring districts are coming to salary agreements, and they can compare ABCUSD's schedule to see if we are still committed to making our teachers and nurses a priority. I hesitate to predict what the consequences of continued inaction may be, but I do know that our members are listening very carefully. Because while you may have heard the ringing of more golden bells, they have heard Thank you.
Next speaker, we have David Hind. On standby, we have Dana Lindsay and Lori Eulberg.
Don't worry, I'm double. Good evening, Board President. Yeah, good evening, Superintendent Dr. Sue, Board President, Madam Yu, and the board officers and all the honorable board members. My name is David Hind. I've been teaching at Cerritos High School for the past 15 years. I am speaking here in first person, but I know that I speak at the same time for all my colleagues out there, and they all have different variations of the same story. Before I speak, I just want to point out one thing. You might notice the tattoo I have on my arm, the apple. That's because this isn't a job for me. It's not even a career. This is who I am. This is part of me. I teach because that's my passion. That's what I want to do. During my 15 years at Cerritos, I've served my school, my district in a variety of ways. More importantly, I've consistently served my students to the best of my ability. I have always gone the extra mile. I've advised clubs, written countless letters of recommendation, given up snack periods and lunches to help provide extra help, to tutor, stayed late to allow students to finish tests, even just provided a place for students to work after school when they needed that quiet. I've also devoted numerous hours each year outside of the school day to provide extra test practice and instruction to help students prepare for the AP exam. All of this work has been unpaid and out of my own time. I do this willingly, though, because I truly care for my students and I want them all to succeed. I mean, this work has come with a price. The hours I've devoted to my students have had an effect on my personal life and my relationships. I've missed out on events I wanted to attend in order to serve my students or to keep promises I have made to them. At times, I've had to sacrifice time I'd have gladly spent with my wife in order to keep my commitments to my students. But again, I make these sacrifices willingly. I've always felt proud to teach in this district. When my friends in other districts have complained about their conditions in their districts, I have felt privileged to teach in this district. I have always felt that the board appreciated my efforts and valued me as a professional. I still do feel proud and privileged to work in this district. However, I no longer feel appreciated and valued. The last 2 years have been the most challenging of my career as an educator. I've worked harder than I've worked at any other time in my career. I've had to learn new methods of presenting my information, had to reimagine how to practice my craft, and just when I get comfortable with one, I've been asked to change again. Even this year's return to live instruction, it hasn't been a return to normality. I've been forced to adapt my instruction to accommodate a need for social distancing, to the periods of increased absences due to COVID. I made these changes willingly as I knew it was serving the needs of my students. I assumed the sacrifices I made would be properly rewarded. I assumed that the ABCUSD school board would show that they appreciate and value me and all my colleagues. I assumed that the words of appreciation that board members have had for teachers over the past 2 years would actually mean something. Sadly, I've been wrong. Kind words mean nothing without actions to back them up. I cannot express to you how disheartening the board's inaction and unwillingness to fairly compensate teachers for all of their hard work and sacrifice over the years, especially the last 2 years. I cannot express to you how sad it makes me to think that my extra efforts are not appreciated. I cannot express how demotivating it is to feel that I am not valued. It makes me ask myself why I'm giving so much of myself. Moreover, I know I'm not the only one feeling this way. I have many colleagues who are asking themselves the same questions I find myself asking. We are asking ourselves why we are sacrificing so much to make this district the great district it is when our efforts are seemingly neither appreciated nor respected.
1 minute.
I urge you to show with your actions that the teachers, nurses, librarians, and other educators of this district are actually valued and appreciated. I urge you to properly compensate those who have made this district the highly rated district that this is. We are valuable, we are essential, We demand to be treated that way.
Next speaker, we have Dana Lindsay, and on standby, we have Lori Yulberg and Marcy Levins.
To whom this may concern, this seems like such an odd way to open a letter to the school board that hired me back in 1995. I, Dana Lindsay, currently teaching at Elliott Elementary School, have happily served the students and families of ABC for 27 years, and I never thought I would need to write this type of letter. Many teachers and parents are justifiably angry at this time. However, as a signatory to the original partnership charter signed in 2009, I am simply sad. The work that both sides of the aisle put into forging that charter established ground truths and fundamental rules of engagement that always put the students and teachers of this district first, because if the teachers are supported, our students will succeed. Therefore, keeping the main thing, which is student achievement. I am sad because it seems that you do not know what we teachers are experiencing in the classroom. To my knowledge, none of you have stepped foot onto my campus to see what we do daily for the success of our students, and one of you lives less than a block away from my classroom door. You are more than welcome to visit my classroom to see the emotional differences in addition to the educational challenges that we face daily. Students had been out of the social environment of the physical classroom for more than a year. Their needs were drastically different upon return, and we continue to meet those needs daily. For example, I have had to teach students not to walk between two people having a conversation and simply say, "Excuse me," rather than mow down a classmate. I must continually remind students that they are not muted and that everyone can hear them singing.
3 minutes.
Students struggle to handle the standard interactions between students of their age because they have missed this social growth. Managing all of this takes away from the academic education that we were hired to do. As educators, we know that in order to teach curriculum, we must first meet the students where they are in order to take them further. I had many students that could not identify an adjective at the beginning of the school year, so I could not teach them to write a 5-paragraph essay when they could not write a complete sentence. However, they are expected to complete a multi-paragraph essay for the 6th grade writing exam, even if they're an RSP student. Where is the logic in that? I am told that your goal is to build a swim complex at Cerritos High School. I am sure that will serve the swim team of Cerritos High School admirably. But could those one-time funds be used more effectively to serve the greater good? Perhaps you could compensate the extra hours we teachers have given over the last 2 years to at least financially say thank you for the additional work. Completing the necessary grading for an STIS program takes at least an hour per student. I have 16 currently to manage. That's so far. I think we had about 8 people on contact tracing today, so who knows what I'm going to have when I get to school tomorrow. Perhaps you could add more personnel to the staff to better our working conditions. You also have a substantial reserve, which could easily pay for the modest justifiable addition to the salary schedule. We have not even received a cost of living increase in 2 years. Does this seem fair? Do we not deserve compensation for the extra and difficult work that we have done these last 2 years to bring quality and safe education to the children of this once great district? No, we did not become teachers to be wealthy. However, we must pay our bills, and we deserve fair compensation for the work we do. If you cannot see that, perhaps you do not need to be on the school board. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, we have Lori Yulberg. On standby, we have Marcy Levins and Stephanie Watson.
Hi, my name is Lori Yulberg. Good evening, board, Dr. Sue, cabinet, community members, teachers, nurses. My name is Lori Yulberg. I don't like to speak in public. I've been teaching at Cerritos High School for the past 10 years, and you probably know me as the lady who knits on the board meetings. Prior to Cerritos High School, I taught at Artesia High, my alma mater, for 5 years, and prior to teaching, I was a secretary at ABCUSD for 9 years. I attended ABC schools. I'm not only a teacher, but a parent of a student who attended ABC, and a community member living in this community most of my life. During my tenure as a teacher, I have worked with students who have special needs, and for the past 10 years, the life students who have more significant needs. I wanted to say these past 2 years have been some of the most challenging and frustrating times I've ever experienced. We had to go from in-person teaching to virtual, then to hybrid, back to virtual for summer school, and back to in-person. Most of this happening within a few days' notice. This year, we're in our classrooms teaching students despite this ongoing pandemic. The classroom that I work isn't impossible to keep the required distance and provide the education and support that my students need. Forget 6 feet, it's 6 inches every day. Several adults and students in my classrooms have come down with COVID during this time, which has been beyond stressful, as I'm afraid that some of our more fragile students could get this disease, which could have dire results. When COVID began, I brought school lunches to my students to make sure they had food. I brought materials to their homes so they can access their curriculum. I came into my classroom for the entire 2021 school year so that I could make copies for their curriculum so my population of students could access the work as they and their parents lacked some of the computer skills that many of the computer-based programs that were available. Let's say I made it work so my students could continue to learn and get a quality education. This was stressful, but I always made sure that my students and families get what they need. My fellow teachers and I have worked tirelessly through each transition
3 minutes.
and are absolutely exhausted. I just heard that one of my colleagues resigned in the middle of the year because of job-related stress and anxiety. I even remember a phone call where she was sobbing, not knowing how to operate in a virtual environment and wanting so bad to teach her students, which she loves so much. I've been speaking with other members who say that they're done after this year and say they can't take it anymore. I'm questioning my career choice and have been feeling very underappreciated and taken advantage of. I'm worried about my own mental and physical health at times. My students this year have been extremely difficult to work with as they've been out of the classroom for 2 years and most of them have been cooped up at home with only family members and siblings. I know that I've got some students that they don't even have any siblings. They've just been home with adults. And it's just been super hard for them. Since I've returned, I signed up to work in my classroom to tutor the students whose parents requested the afternoon tutoring, not only in person but online, as my students have unique needs that require special instruction delivered according to their IEPs. I know that our union negotiating team has worked since October to come to a fair compensation package to include a cost of living increase, retroactive pay, as I believe we've earned it. The cost of living has gone up astronomically. I was hoping last week that our union would be giving us good news about a pay increase and retroactive pay, but I was told that the ABCUSD school board members are not going to give us what we deserve. This breaks my heart. I've worked so hard for these past 2 years to ensure my students got what they need and deserve. My colleagues have done the same. I'm extremely disappointed in how the board's not willing to support teachers and show how much they're appreciated. It's nice to hear thank you, but thank you doesn't pay the bills. We come to work each day putting our lives in danger and our families' lives in danger to make sure our students get a quality education. I'm hoping that you'll reconsider your position on the tentative agreement and let us know that you value our work and dedication. I have always considered this job a lifestyle, not
1
just a
minute.
job. I put in countless hours at work and so much of my own money into my classroom. But at this time, as difficult it is for me personally, I'll be looking at this as just a job, and I'm not going to go beyond my job duties, and that's hard for me. I will no longer be available after hours to my parents. I won't be tutoring after school or staying late. When the bell rings, I'm going to leave. Emails and phone calls and all the other gazillion things that I have to do daily are going to have to wait till the next business day. I've never seen the district as a business and myself as just an employee. But as much as it breaks my heart, I will. Please reconsider your position, and whatever our union is asking, I believe we've earned it and more. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Marcy Levins. On standby, we have Stephanie Watson and Sylvester Ani.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Sue. fellow brothers and sisters of the ABCFT Union, support staff, students, parents, community members, and all the other stakeholders. My name is Marcy Levins, and I'm a special education teacher in the Adult Transition Program at Cab Lane. I've been a special educator for 30 years, and 25 of those years have been dedicated to the moderate, severe, intellectually disabled students of ABCUSD. Most of us burn out way before that. I come here today to tell you how deeply disappointed I am with the ABC School Board that you cannot reach a fair and equitable agreement with the labor union regarding the compensation package for the 21-22 school year. With the exception of, I believe, 2 board members, I have lost faith. I have lost faith that all of you can lead us into the future. I don't believe you have the ability to do that anymore. When you don't believe in your teachers and compensate them fairly, you're not believing in the students either. We teach the future. The kids are the future. You're not upholding your part of the deal. You're not even being appropriate, which is a word I use in my classroom all the time. Teachers and nurses, as well as most ABCUSD employees, have worked tirelessly to support our students through the most unprecedented and demanding years of a global pandemic. These 2 years have been the hardest of my entire career. It has led me to retire in June, which I could not decide until I had to live through these 2 years, and then this negotiation has thrown me under the bus. It's too much.
3 minutes.
I'll be gone in June. Teachers have risen to the challenges and continued for nearly 2 years to provide quality education above and beyond our contractual responsibilities. You've heard it over and over, but no well-earned compensation to show for it. Leadership comes from the top, and if the ABC School District and its school board are considered to be the leaders, then the results of these negotiations have displayed a disdainful absence of valuing teachers and a pathetic and painful lack of support. It's not new. From my own personal experience as a special education teacher in the Adult Transition Program, the district and the school board have consistently chosen financial concerns over student well-being and achievement. Historically, adult transition classes were maxed at 12 students per class due to the cognitive abilities that they have. Teachers serving these students are required to have a moderate severe credential or severely handicapped, like I have, that's so old. An arbitrary decision was made in 2010, going to take you back a bit, to label adult transition students from moderate severe to mild moderate in order to increase the class size 50%, from going from 12 students to 18. I was ready to go back to gen ed. This was partially due to an unfortunate, slightly ambiguous language in the contract that the district, the school board, and the special education department, they all used it to their advantage. I'm not telling you that I've been angry for all those years, because I'm not. I'm a passionate person. I'm usually passionate about my students and what they deserve and what they should have. Now I'm passionate about these teachers who stand with me and say, it's not okay. The demeaning decision, as well as the disloyalty you've shown to teachers by not agreeing to the compensation package, flies in the face of the mission and vision of the ABC Unified School District as outlined on our website's homepage. The last statement of the vision reads, "We believe people are the cornerstone of our district, and students are the reason we are here." If people truly are the cornerstone of this district, then they should be compensated as such. Us cornerstones have worked for too long with too little. Our contributions to our students' education and success are not honored or valued or appreciated by the current school board. J. Paul Getty is quoted as saying, "The greatest investment companies can make is in their people. It is time for you to act now in the interest of your people, the teachers, the nurses, and all the others, and agree to a fair and equitable compensation package to move this district forward into the future.
Time.
Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Stephanie Watson. On standby, we have Sylvester Ani and Kim Larkin.
Thank you, Board. Please excuse my hair and my hoarse voice, but I've been out in the street because of you, in the rain and the freezing cold, begging for a contract that I shouldn't have to do as a professional with a master's degree. First of all, I want to make sure you understand that COLA is not a raise. COLA is the cost of living adjustment that helps us survive and live in California. A raise is different. A raise is something a boss gives you to show and appreciate all the above and beyond work that a person has done to support their company. So we need to really start by not calling COLA a raise. After the past 2 years of working above and beyond for my students during the pandemic, I'm asking for both a COLA and a raise on top of that. There will be lots of teachers speaking about our workload during the pandemic. So I'm going to focus on other areas. I know others will emphasize that we worked often until 10 at night transferring curriculum onto digital platforms to make sure learning was accessible for our students. I will not go into all the hours we have spent working on independent studies, taking time to mirror what is happening in person for our students who have no choice but to stay at home. We put these hours in to make sure that no child is left behind during this pandemic. I'm going to be focusing on my board member, Ernie Nishi, as I am a Cerritos Elementary School teacher, and your district lies in my zone. I am disappointed most in you. I have seen you twice this year and only at big events, the Great Shakeout and the National Blue Ribbon Ceremony. CES is the only school in ABC that has earned that award during the pandemic. You, out of all people, should be rewarding for our hard work. All of us. You get free publicity for furthering your campaign for city council, and you sang teacher praises during the ceremony, yet you held back our fair compensation. Why have you not come to our schools on a regular day and walk through our classroom? See what teachers and students are doing on a daily basis. I encourage you to do that sometime. Maybe then you won't be so removed from our daily plight. I was also disappointed in one of your social media posts where you claim you support teachers, that your wife pays for out-of-pocket expenses, that she was grading papers during vacations. If you know that, then work on our contract for better working conditions. Stop counting pennies. Okay? If you know that, you can fight for teachers to have more prep time in the school day if we're correcting papers during vacations. You can increase the prep time from 30 minutes to 90 minutes a week, then invest money in making sure we get great enrichment activities for our students like art, music, or dance. This year we started with only 30 minutes a week. We recently just got up to 60 minutes at our school, and that is nothing with all the added responsibilities we must attend to daily. If these are the downsides to teaching, support the teachers and our working conditions. You are running for city council, and your campaign promise is a better Cerritos, a better tomorrow. Well, if you want a better Cerritos, then you need high-quality education. If you want high-quality education, then you need high-quality teachers. If you want high-quality teachers, then you need to pay the cost for it. You cannot expect filet mignon for the price of cube steak. If you want a better Cerritos, then hire more nurses and pay them more. We have one nurse for 1 day a week, and that's during a pandemic when contact tracing has become a full-time job for all of our principals because we lack nurses. If you want a better Cerritos, then hire more mental health professionals at a pay they deserve. We had a mass exodus of mental health professionals because you treated them so poorly. We were fortunate to find one at our school. Our mental health professional, who is the best, I cannot do my job without her, has a full caseload with a wait list. That means that kids are not getting the services that they need. I have been apathetic towards the board meetings and board elections because in the past 20 plus years I have worked here, I have felt supported by my board. Your actions have made me change all that. Dr. Rios, Dr. Apodaca, thank you for your support. Continue to fight for the good fight for the teachers, and don't let the other board members change you. I will be there to support you in your reelection. Otherwise, this board needs and deserves new blood, and elections matter. I will be walking the precincts, getting out the flyers. Our union president, Ray, ends his union updates with "the fight continues." I am mad and frustrated, and I do plan on taking this fight as far as it has to go until we get fair compensation. However, board members, you have the power to end this fight right now. The ball is in your court. End this fight now so that teachers can get back in their classroom doing what we do best, supporting our kids.
Time.
Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Sylvester Ani. On standby, we have Kim Larkin and Marty Supple.
Good evening, board. Just my observation. I think we need to pay teachers more. I think we need to pay our educators more. And one thing that I want to ground us in is that there's not a single person in this room who would be here without an educator. And that's something that we got to pay back and we got to pay forward. And just being here has been electric. Everybody here, you know, this union is rooted in power, but that power is rooted in love. And what they're fighting for is that it's the love for their peers, it's the love for their students. There's something special that happens when you have teachers, CTE educators, mental health professionals, early childhood development, nurses, custodians. When you have the whole body turn out for something, you know that it's rooted in something special. And me, myself, I'm a product of ABC, and I wanted to talk a little bit about that love that they're rooted in. When I was 13, my father was shot and killed, and I lasted 2 years at Cerritos High School. I was truant. I was asleep in class. I didn't know where I was. I didn't see a future. I ended up going to Tracy High School, where I was falling further and further into depression. But like at every single moment, every time around the corner, there was always somebody that was in my ear. Whether I was ready to hear or not at the time, they planted a seed in me. Sylvester, keep on going. Sylvester, don't give up. Sylvester, you're smart, right? And I ended up, I got my GED, right? And from there, I got my degree at Azusa Pacific in psychology. I just passed my CBEST so I can start teaching in the school that I almost failed out of. And my question tonight is, how come the teachers and the educators that saved my life can't make enough to live their lives? That's not right. That's not just. And something I'm always reminded of, because I love each and every one of y'all out here tonight. Whether you realize it or not, and the impact that they have on students' lives is something that changes lives. And the thing is, if they don't have enough to pour into their cups, they're not going to have anything to pour into these students' cups. And the fact that we're taking them away from what they do best is depriving our students. It's not inviting new people to come in and want to be a part of something special like this. So I'm always reminded of the quote, "I am who I am because somebody loved me." And these educators loved me, and I wouldn't be here without them. And we wouldn't be here without them. And that's something that we can't forget. And that's something that we always have to acknowledge. And that's something that we always have to remind ourselves. We can't just tell them that we love them. We got to show them. We got to show these teachers. We got to show them. And that's all across the board. That's our teachers. That's our mental health professionals. That's our CTE educators. That's our nurses. We cannot continue to have people working a full-time job on a full-time basis, making part-time income. It's not right. It's not just. And I'm going to continue to stand with y'all. And let's, and I just heard this outside from one of my teachers. My teachers like nice things, so pay them more. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Kim Larkin. On standby, we have Marty Supple and Maria Nunez.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Sue. My name is Kim Larkin. I have been a resident in Cerritos for over 25 years. I'm a community member and a teacher at Richard Garr High School. I've taught in ABC for approximately 30 years and another 10 years before I came to ABC. So I have a total number of about 39 years of service. I am the senior mentor teacher, and I am on various committees in the district because I am inspired by my profession, and I want to make a difference in the lives of teachers and students. Furthermore, Gar High School is one of the most diverse schools in the nation. That makes me proud. I chose the city of Cerritos to make my home for many reasons. It's not far from the city. The school district was great. It's the city of parks. It's a family-oriented city. Both of my kids attended Cerritos Elementary, Carmenita Middle School, and Cerritos High School. I felt the city of Cerritos had a lot to offer. At present, my younger daughter teaches in the district, and my older daughter is a forensic specialist for a local police department. It took a lot of hard work, dedication, and parenting so that my daughters could be successful. Instilling the growth mindset and setting the same expectations for my students at Gar High School is what it takes for children to succeed. In a partnership which defines the responsibilities of each partner, teachers willing to agree to deliver a high level quality of instruction, that is our job. Cerritos is located in a setting where we are called to serve several diverse communities. Teachers come to this district from many cities and counties. Furthermore, many teachers live and work in the city of Cerritos, Artesia, Norwalk, and Lakewood. Our teachers have already stood before you and explained how we flipped on a dime in March on a Thursday or Friday to Monday,
3 minutes.
Sending assignments out to our students and fielding questions, assisting students day and night, correcting and returning assignments to make sure students understood what you wanted or expected them to do. It was difficult, but with a growth mindset, we made it happen. We had to learn new systems to start the new school year that many teachers were not familiar with and had never used. Frankly, I went to a colleague's house for 2 days in a row from 8 in the morning to 10 at night to learn how to implement Google Meets along with new protocols and procedures. I learned it and my students adjusted, but it was the extra effort that we as teachers put in again and again to make it happen. Everything continued to be fluid and the changes never stopped. The mental and physical stress was almost unbearable. We continued and we never quit working with the district and administration to keep it together, using the electricity and internet in our own homes day and night, buying technology that made our internet strong so our students could see and hear us clearly. We continued to spend hours after school planning lessons, keeping up with Common Core strategies so students could write with purpose using the writing process, buying materials for our students that we can't even write off anymore because the new tax cuts by the former president don't allow it. I delivered newspapers and magazine articles to some students' homes because they did not have access. I bought rewards and mailed to my students' homes and delivered some in person because I wanted them to know that I cared. I know there are countless things that teachers did for their students. Watching my daughter was extremely inspiring because I could see the fruits of my own labor, and good teachers are always learning. In the past and at present, endless preparation, endless fundraising, meetings with clubs to plan, and then extra time, because planning is one piece of the implementation process, but to actually carry out these ideals takes more time. A member of the board came to my house. I wasn't at home.
1 minute.
But the board member spoke with my husband, who worked as a business agent and a trustee for Local 250 for 9 years as he represented his trade. After conversing for a bit, he asked the board member, "Do you support the teachers?" The board member answered, "I can't say because we are in negotiations." He mentioned his party affiliation, but that does not specify whether you supported the teachers or not. Anyway, he went on to say that they had given some money to the teachers. The extra pay that you mentioned, we were compensated for the extra supervision that we did before school, after school, and at lunch. Was not in our contract, so an MOU was created and we returned to school and taught simultaneously. Another fluid change that we had to adjust to. The money was spent and taxes were taken out. We did our duty. I did not know that that was part of the negotiations process as we started working toward a salary increase. We don't need a swimming pool at Cerritos High School. We have an Olympic-sized swimming pool at Cerritos Park East. It was built with the Olympics in mind. Remember, it was a venue. What a blessing that kids at Cerritos High School can practice there. My kids learned how to swim in that pool setting. Nothing could be better. But this is what politicians do. They forget what they are sent here to do, and that is to serve everyone, including the teachers. While we have excellent teachers in our district, we want to continue to attract top instructors that are passionate about powerful teaching and learning. Show us some respect. We are not machines, and we will not act or be treated as such. We could not get enough substitute teachers to work in our district because of the substantially low pay that they were receiving. Our pay does not represent the standards that we set in the ABC Unified School District. High-quality teaching is what the community expects from its teachers. I quote, "We are wondering if you realize the time we spend away from our families for our students. The workload has increased a great deal. Communicating with students and their parents day and night, the tireless hours we spend on extra activities that we don't have stipends for, then the salary should increase in juxtaposition with those demands. The numbers have to balance on both sides of the equation. Ours in ABC is not balanced. We demand the pay we deserve for our constant extra efforts on a daily basis. We deserve the dignity of being treated with respect. We deserve to be treated as professionals. We deserve the pay raise for the sacrifices we make for our students. We deserve a wage that honors our own families. We will wear you down by our ability to suffer," says the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. Give us the ballot. Give us the ballot, and we will fill our Board of Education with those who honor our work.
Time is up. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Marty Supple. On standby, we have Maria Nunez and Patty Alcantas.
Mr. Supple won't be here for another 20 minutes. Can we put him back in the car, see if he has a prepared?
We have, we can have one more speaker.
Can you announce it, Dr. Yanyu?
We are coming up in an hour at 9:05. We still have approximately nine speakers remaining.
Okay, so after this speaker, then we will resume after our meeting, at the end of the board meeting, and our meeting is pretty short. Yeah, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, Dr. Sue, members of the board, cabinet members, and community members. My name is Maria Nunez, and I am a proud member of ABCFT, having served as a special education teacher and now as an instructional coach at the elementary level. I am also now a parent of ABC students, my 6-year-old twins who are now kindergartners in our district. I stand here this evening to speak up for my union brothers and sisters as we ask for fair negotiations and compensation for the work we do. As I heard more and more about our stalled negotiations, I was honestly quite surprised. I had understood that our district was very supportive of its teachers and knew our value. So in my mind, I decided to give some of you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you just hadn't noticed all the increased workloads. Maybe you weren't aware of all the extra hours our teachers and nurses have put in over the last 2 years. Maybe you just forgot that we have been on the front lines of a global pandemic. Maybe you just didn't know, because if you did, if you could have seen what I've seen, you would have raced to the bargaining table. You would have jumped at the chance to show us and show our community just how much you value the ones who have kept this district going through the most challenging time we have ever faced. You must not have known that teachers were sacrificing precious time with their loved ones to ensure our students felt loved and connected during the early days of this pandemic. You must not have been there
3 minutes.
to see the tears we shared, having seen the pain in our students' eyes and knowing even our best was not enough. You may not have known how we had to completely reinvent the way we taught over a weekend, and then put in endless hours striving to perfect our instruction, building the plane while we flew it. You couldn't have known just how important we became to our students and their families, bringing strength, comfort, calm, a sense of normalcy through a computer screen. All the while facing our own fear, grief, exhaustion, and uncertainty. Maybe it's because we never let it show. Did you hear the cheers or honking horns as teachers found new ways to build their communities through car parades, drive-through graduations, or book giveaways? Did you hear the incredible Zoom concerts created by our talented music teachers? But at the same time, so scared to return to our classrooms and schools, knowing the risks, knowing the enormous job we had before us to protect our students, to help them reconnect to their school, to start the work of picking up the pieces for them, to start again. Maybe you just didn't know, because we knew we had to hold it all together, so we never let the struggle show. Have you seen us this year? Have you seen us reinvent ourselves once again to return to our classrooms and attempt to make the best out of what we had, short-staffed, facing more demands than ever? Have you seen how hard your teachers and staff have been working? For students who are returning with more challenges than we've ever seen before, I wish you could have seen the teachers I work with. The sweet kindergarten teacher my children adore. How they show up day after day to face unknown challenges with love and creativity and brilliance and compassion and strength. I guess you just haven't seen what I've seen. But I hope you see us now. We are your greatest asset. We always have been. And I hope the decisions you make show that you see us. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes the first hour. We can continue the remaining speakers on the second public comment section.
Okay, we'll resume with our meeting, and we'll have a second public comment section at the end of the meeting. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Madam President, just a question. How many do we have on the online?
I'm not sure, but we can take care of that at the end of the meeting also. That's usually done through the end. Yeah. Yeah, at the end.
Something,
Okay.
President?
Thank
President,
you.
this is Sophia. Can I say something now, President?
Later, Sophia. We're continuing with the consent calendar. Okay.
Okay.
May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve, Eugenio.
Second.
Is there anyone who wishes to remove any item to be considered separately?
Yes, Madam President. 1.1.
Okay.
Madam President, I suggest that this travel be made contingent upon finishing the negotiations. So maybe we pull it to make an action item.
Okay. 1.1?
1.1.
All right.
1.1C?
Yeah, 1.1C, I'd like to make an amendment to that particular action where there's travel to go out of state. I'd like to make that travel contingent upon the approval of negotiations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to have a vote. Is there, Danielle, roll call, please.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes?
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Se?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, next we have information item. 1.4 dash
Don't we have an action item?
action item.
The census?
Okay, action item. It's not information item. Okay, it's been moved, okay. So we're gonna go into 1.3, or, okay. Okay, 1.1C. Okay. Okay, so which page is it? Okay, I'm throwing off here. What page is it?
No, we did go into 1.3A. We did, but he didn't, because it's hearing this.
Okay, so this one right here, supplement to the annual update. Okay, here, it's. Okay, 1.4-I, 2022 supplement to the annual update for 2021-2022 LCAP. Okay. Effective, hold on, okay. What are we calling on? Okay. Dr. Mayfield?
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Sue Yu, members of the board, and Dr. Sue, and to our public. As part of the requirement of the California Department of Education, we are asked to present an annual update to our LCAP in the form of a supplemental update. And so I'm excited tonight to share our progress as a district based on the data that is available, reminding both the board and the public that due to the pandemic, a lot of these state assessments were suspended. And so a lot of the metrics that we use to monitor our progress is not available. And you'll see that throughout the presentation. Also joining me this evening, I want to thank in advance Ms. Carol Castro, our Supervisor of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Learning, Principal Alejandro Gutierrez from Ferguson, Principal Denise Macias from FEDI, and then our new EL counselor for FEDI, Ms. Perez. I want to say thank you for being here at this late hour. Like many, your days are long, and we appreciate you. So we will start with the general presentation of the LCAP, and then a metric that we're required to report publicly annually is our English learner progress. Often we're asked questions about the services and programs that we provide for our English learners. No one better to speak on the hard work and those initiatives than our district and school staff. And so tonight you'll have a chance to hear from them on the work that's taking place throughout the district. The LCAP requires us to engage our educational partners. That's the new term that's being used. And so you'll hear us move away from stakeholder language to acknowledging that these are our educational partners and that they play an important role in helping guide and direct us in how we use these funds to support our students. This year, and due to COVID, we actually engaged our educational partners using a survey. I think it was an effective approach in the sense that we had over 3,000 participants by using the survey. The survey was made available to all families and as well as permanent employees. And so the numbers speak to the level of interest that individuals had to contribute to the recommendations that were in our LCAP, as we will be reporting out this evening. As the board knows, the state has 8 priorities, and our LCAP must be aligned to those priorities. Priority 1, basic services, speaks to the credentialing of teachers, as well as their appropriate placement and assignments, as well as instructional materials and fair, good facilities in good condition. Priority 2 addresses the implementation of the California state standards in all subject areas. Priority 3 is parent engagement. Priority 4 focuses on student achievement, more specifically in the area of their academic progress, whereas Priority 5 looks at student engagement in terms of school culture and school climate, as reflected in attendance and dropout rate. And Priority 6, school climate, focus more on student connectedness, how well they feel connected to their school and learning environment and sense of safety. Course access deals with access to advanced coursework our dual language immersion programs and VAPA. And then priority 8, student outcome, is a focus on our career technical education programs. So when we look at the actions and services aligned to priority 1, as I've shared earlier, this really centers around credentialing, our teachers' credentialing programs, as well as instructional materials and safe and well-maintained learning environments. For our mid-year data, we have 99% of our teachers are appropriately assigned and credentialed. We also had our Williams report that we present to the board annually, and 100% of our teachers indicated that they had standards-based aligned instructional materials. And our facilities that were inspected were also approved as being in fair and good condition. In state priority 2 and 4, this area specifically addresses a lot of the services that we're providing, and particularly to our English learners. About right before COVID, I had initiated a focus group, principals and district staff, where we were spending time around a new document provided by the California Department of Education called the English Learner Roadmap. That document was used to conduct a self-assessment of where we were as a district. And from there, initiatives were put in place at the district level and at our school sites to support the advancement to proficiency of students who speak more than one language. Again, I'm excited tonight that you'll have a chance to hear from our team who is doing a tremendous work to support our students, and you'll have a chance to hear about their progress in this area. As mentioned earlier, most of these assessments were suspended due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and so we don't have mid-year reports on this data. Our students will be engaging and are engaging in some of these assessments and will at the end of the school year. And so we will have this report for the board in the fall of 2022. In the area of promoting parent involvement, the focus here is really to provide opportunities for our parents to engage in a decision-making process. We have successfully, through our adult school, continued to provide the Parent Leadership Academy that's well attended by our parents. At the school level, parents are asked to be involved in school site council. We also have our parent advisory committees and our district English language committee, as well as our community advisory committees. And so there are opportunities for parents to have parent representatives from every school serving on these district level committees. The way we look at our progress, this is one of the state required tools, is the California School Parent Survey for Engagement Indicator. And 74% of our parents indicated last year that they do feel that they have the opportunity to engage in school in decision-making process, and 83% indicated they have the opportunity to give input in the decision-making process. This survey, again, will be administered this school year, and parents will once again have the opportunity to respond. In the area of use of pupil achievement data, this area really focuses on trying to provide our students access to accelerated opportunities through advanced placement, coursework at the secondary level, as well as advanced math courses. And at the elementary level is where we focus our energy on our GATE program, as well as additional English learner program support to exit our students so that they can access some of the other programs. We are still offering SAT and ACT prep academies because we do have students who are still applying for schools in which those assessments play an important role. Our AP exam pass rate of 3 or higher was 75% in 2019-20, and our mid-year data indicates a 66% for spring of 2021. Students also take, as part of the CASP assessment, is the Early Assessment Program, EAP. Again, since those state assessments were suspended, the data that we have dates back to 2018-19. But that data is used to indicate students' readiness for college-level courses. And so the CSUs actually look at student scores in those areas, and if students' score met or exceeded, then they're able to take a college course bearing English or math class and not have to take a remediated class upon entrance as an incoming student. Priority 5 has to do with pupil engagement, And in this area, we are very focused on providing students multiple opportunities to improve their grades when it comes to A to G grade improvement. The CSUs and UCs are recognizing grades of C or better, and so even if a student passes a class with a D, they can retake the class in summer school. And of course, if they fail the course, we're offering other opportunities for them to retake the course. AVID is at our middle and high schools and continue to have a graduation rate of 100%. Our dropout rate did increase during the pandemic. Prior to this, our dropout rate was about 1.5%. So again, we are intentionally going after those students who did not graduate and providing them with opportunities to enroll in our adult school program so they can earn their high school diplomas. We have had a robust tutor program that's been available to all students to access tutoring at all of our schools. We run one of the most robust summer school programs in in the area, with students from elementary, middle, and high school taking not only courses to help improve their grades, but enrichment opportunities as well as opportunities for acceleration. And priority 6 is where we focus on positive school climate. This is the area we talk about students' social emotional well-being, and supports are provided through PBIS structures at our schools. A lot of support from our mental health professionals who are very viable to the success of our students' academic performance, as well as our Safe Schools Child Welfare and Attendance Coordinator in that team, who really helps to monitor and support schools and students' attendance. Our suspension rate in 2021 was 0%. Great to keep our suspension rate at that low. I think that's a record for us. But even at the mid-year, 0.5% is fairly low. Our expulsion rate continues to be at 0%. Our chronic absenteeism rate is increasing, and so again, we're targeting resources through actually going and doing home visits and checking on our families.
I'm sorry, but do you think that we can keep it kind of quiet in the hallway, or we can just close the door? I would appreciate it. Go ahead, Dr. Mayfield.
Thank you. And checking on our families to make sure they have the supports and resources that they may need to help their children get to school safely. Our attendance rate, again, has been impacted by COVID, with students having to be at home due to illness or due to exposure. And again, our California Healthy Kids Survey plays an important role in keeping us informed on how students are feeling connected. And so 74% of our students gave schools a high rating of feeling connected to their school environment, and 75% gave their schools a rating of high for having access to caring adults. And again, students will have a chance to take those surveys in June. In the area priority 7, increased course access. Again, this is where our focus has been to provide our dual Spanish immersion program. I'm excited tonight we'll hear from one of our principals, Mr. Gutierrez, who actually has a program at his school, and he's going to share some highlights of the success of the students in those programs. But we also have a pathway that includes Nemis, Ross, and Gar High School for students in our dual immersion program. We also have increased our opportunity for students to earn dual college and high school credit. And so that's a big emphasis for us to help students to graduate from high school completing a significant portion of their GEs for college by taking these dual enrolled courses. We offer our teen parent program for students who need support as young parents. And we have our Artesia High School and Gar High School Opportunity Class and our K-12 VAPA programs. So our A to G passage rate, as said earlier, is 61%. Our high school graduation rate, when we look at seniors only for the class of 2021, was 96.3%. And as mentioned earlier, our other data dates back to 2018-19 due to the COVID pandemic. In the area of career technical education, our college and career indicator, which is on our dashboard, indicates 61% of our students are making progress and are meeting the standards to be both college and career ready. 539 students have completed 2 or 3 courses in a single pathway. And we have 114 students in 2020 who had a internship. Some of those are paid, some of those are not paid. But it's still an amazing opportunity for our students to be exposed to the work-based learning. And 142 is our mid-year report for students who are in internships. The priority is for juniors and seniors to be placed in internships, but we are also placing 14-year-olds in internships as well. So in this next section, we'll have an opportunity to hear from Ms. Carol Castro, who's going to share about the initiatives that are happening district-wide at both the at both the elementary and middle school level. I want to introduce us to another new term, multilingual learners. You'll slowly hear that term being used instead of English learners. I like the term multilingual learners because it acknowledges that kids have more than one language. It doesn't make one appear to be more important than the other, but it says that this is an asset for students to be multilingual, and we should support them and their ability to become proficient. And so you'll hear that term also being used in future presentations. Ms. Castro.
Good evening, Mrs. Suyu, President of the Board, Mr. Brad Beach, Vice President, Dr. Michael Eugenio, Clerk, Dr. Chris Apodaca, Mr. Ernie Nishi, Dr. Olga Rios, Mrs. Sophia Say, Board members, Dr. Sue, our Superintendent, Cabinet members, and community members. I'm honored to be here this evening to present our district English learner or multi-language learner initiatives on behalf of my department, the Office of Secondary Curriculum, as well as on behalf of Dr. Beth Bray, our elementary curriculum supervisor, and Lisa Davis, our special program supervisor. Our work is really centered on providing supports to school sites to expand and improve services to English learners. As a multilingual learner myself, it's really important that we really focus on our student efforts and on the support that we can provide at school sites. So our district, we really have a 4-pronged approach: professional learning, support programs, extended learning, and additional personnel. So I'll start with the additional personnel, which you could see a brief summary there for you. The support with additional personnel includes new 19 intervention specialists that has been hired for every elementary school. In addition, I am very proud to say that we have 7 new designated EL counselors at every middle school and high school. This includes a district-wide EL counselor who helps to coordinate the efforts of our secondary English learner counselors across the school sites. Can we move the slide forward, please? One more now. One more. Thank you. For professional learning, our focus areas have been the EL roadmap principles for each level, which came out in 2017. We've been working for that for years, actually pre-pandemic, working with a committee of teachers and principals from the school side as well as district members to really focus on how do we help our schools create an assets-based approach to our English learner population, and how do we become needs responsive to our students. And so that work continues across the board, and it's really been a focus for our English learner counselors that we've hired, as well as our intervention specialists. For math and reading coaching support, we've also continued to provide excellent professional learning for our school sites, as well as our Read 180 coaching support, which is our specialized program for secondary schools, for our designated English learner teachers at both the middle and high school. And I'm proud to emphasize the data that supports this, with having 63% of our students already mid-year reaching their Lexile gains for the school year. So it's a testament to not only the effectiveness of our coaching and our curriculum, but the hard work of our teachers and our school sites and administrators. For extended learning, our tutor zone is available with bilingual tutors every afternoon, and this is drop-in support for our English learners, as well as the extended enrichment that you heard Dr. Mayfield discuss, the elementary jumpstart and enrichment summer programs for EL students, and our secondary language excels, which includes academic math, writing, reading, and enrichment opportunities for grades 7 through 12. Next, we have our support programs. This is the curriculum aspects and the additional support programs that we've been able to provide our school sites, which includes Wonders ELD leveled support, Imagine Learning Language and Literacy, Imagine Math, Freckle Reading and Math for elementary, Secondary supplemental includes Read 180 Universal Program for language support, along with System 44. Designated Study Sync units leveled for our English learner students, ALEX Math Program, and IXL Math Program. And of course, we have more work to do. So coming soon, we are going to be hiring some additional staffing support at our middle schools for our newcomer classes. This is really because looking at the data, we find that the greatest need is to support our students as they transition from elementary to middle school, and they start to experience a different type of school day in a 6 or 7 period format. And so we're trying to support that by adding additional staffing. We're going to look to bring a committee of experts, our teachers and staff, to adopt a newcomer curriculum for secondary students. As you may understand, language development at the secondary level is very different than at the primary level. And so it's important to differentiate those needs as we move forward. And then we're going to start the work of vertical articulation. And vertical articulation means that our secondary support staff, such as our EL counselors, will begin to work with our elementary sites to really ensure that there's an easier transition for our students as they move from 6th grade to middle school and from middle school to high school. Those are the critical years that we want to make sure we do the best that we can to support our students. Now, I do want to note some data, and I know you've seen much of it already, but I want to highlight some things that you may not be aware of. First, our graduation rate in 2017-18 for our English learners was at 80%. Now, in 2020-21, for our English learners, it's at 87.3%. Our A through G rate in 2017-18 was at 7.6%. Now, in 2020-21, it's at 30.3%. Our CTE Pathways completer in 17-18 was at 5. Now, it's at 42. This data makes me really hopeful that the components that we've put in place, the systems and structures, are working, but it also motivates me and my team to do more for our students and do more for our English learners, because we still have a lot of room to grow and a lot more that we can accomplish to support our multilanguage learners in ABC.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. Next, we have our principal from Ferguson Elementary Academy of Communication and Technology, Mr. Gutierrez.
Good evening, Board President So-Yu, distinguished board members, and Superintendent Dr. Mary Sue. So before I start, I have a little disclaimer. If you notice on the slide and on the presentation, you'll see students not wearing a mask. Mind you, this is pre-COVID pandemic, okay? So I don't want you to say, hey, at Ferguson, they're not wearing any masks there, okay? So I just want to make sure I set that clear. So a little bit of, I am thankful to be able to provide a little insight as to what's happening at Ferguson Elementary. So we are in our 5th year of implementing our dual language immersion program. We started back in 17-18, and now we are expanding all the way to 6th grade as well, and then looking through a pathway of biliteracy as well in our different middle schools and high schools as well. We are also an AVID school, which our students utilize Wicker strategies. One of the big things that I'm also listening is that we also really establish the growth mindset with our students, know that they can, and prepare them for tools that they could utilize for their educational career. We also have a broadcast room. The first picture you saw there was a green screen room. There our teachers and our students will do different components of it, and teachers actually tie in the curriculum, and then the students do a presentation using the green screen. Due to the pandemic, we haven't turned on the lights yet, but we were looking forward to return on the lights and get the cameras going with our students as well. One of the big focus that we also have in our school side is that social emotional learning. We know it's very important that if the student feels safe and welcome at school, then they will thrive with their education as well. Our teachers also provide social emotional learning activities and lessons, along with our mental health professionals going into the classrooms doing additional supports in that end as well. So one thing that we also used to do, and I'm proud to say that we're relaunching this, is our robotics, the coding and programming portion of it. This time around is actually, what's unique about this time around, I should say, is that we are partnering with Whitman Elementary, and we're relaunching the program together as well. So we are in the beginning stage of this portion of it, but again, we are happy to say that we are relaunching this program along with the after-school YMCA. There will also be doing the programming coding during the after-school hours as well. So I know we're talking about English learners. Just know that a lot of these initiatives that we have here, they actually tie into the district's EL roadmap as well. Next slide. Oh yeah, we're there. So our English learners, our goal is for our students that are in 5th and 6th grade, they are able to reclassify regardless of which program they participate in. One of the big things that we're currently working on is the reciprocal teaching, which students get to utilize the reading comprehension strategies along with having discussions with their classmates. This is happening as early as kinder, and obviously we're utilizing these reciprocal teaching strategies all the way through 6th grade as well. We are focusing on writing. We know that is very important, especially for our English learners to articulate and then able to write. So we do have a wide school-wide focus within writing. We also have math talks where students get an opportunity to explain their reasoning, have conversation, and use the academic language that's necessary for our students to perform. How do we also support our English learners? Well, we also utilize the Wonders curriculum, right, along with other resources that are available to our teachers, and they utilize this, the ELD time to reinforce the language for our students as well. One big component of it as well is the progress monitoring, that every 6 to 8 weeks we are monitoring their students' progress to ensure that they're making adequate progress as well. Next slide. So like Dr. Mayfield mentioned, a lot of the data is data that we have from 1819. But one of the big components there, I would say that in looking at our English learners, our English learners performed 3 points above standard using the ELA data as well. So one thing in looking at the LPAC, we know that about 66% of our students were meeting proficiency levels as well, which is, and using the matrix from the state, that is considered very high as well. Not on the slides that we see there. We know comparing from our baseline data, starter data, to our first trimester, I would say 79% of our English learners are making progress as well. So, and to meeting standards as well. So, very proud of the work we're doing at Ferguson Elementary. And if you ever like to visit, we will turn on the lights for you guys. So, and anybody else who would like to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Up next, I'd like to invite up our principal from Fetty Middle School, Mrs. Macias, as well as our EL counselor, Mrs. Perez. And as they're getting set, I did want to share that Mr. Garcia from Artesia High School is going to be here as part of this dynamic team. But all their sports teams are in playoffs, and they have games tonight. And so go Artesia, go Pioneers. Hopefully they're out there winning tonight. But with that said, we have the mighty team of Fetty here with us.
Good evening, Board President Yu, Vice President Beach, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Sue, and cabinet members. I'm Denise Macias, the proud principal and alumni of Fetty Academy, and with me tonight is our new ELL counselor, and I'll let her introduce herself.
Good evening, Board President Yu, Vice President Beach, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Sue, and cabinet members, teachers, and community members. My name is Ismark Perez, and like Ms. Macias just mentioned, I'm the new EL counselor at Fetty Academy. And being a product of ABC, having attended Willow, Haskell, and Artesia High School, I'm extremely excited to be here today to talk to you about all of the work that we're doing for our EL students at Fetty.
Like Ms. Perez said, it is an honor to be here tonight to talk about the programs and services we offer and the initiatives we have launched for our EL population. Like Ferguson, Like Ferguson, our students are making progress. As you can see here from the California dashboard information, all subgroups have made double-digit gains towards English proficiency. Now I want to point out that our ELL population has increased by 15.2 points. Our Hispanic population has increased by 10.8 points. And lastly, our socioeconomically disadvantaged population, which is the majority of our students, have increased by 12.1 points. And we attribute this success to the efforts of our teachers and support staff that have gone above and beyond to do what's best for our students. Next slide. In this slide, you'll see the current ELL data for our school. Currently, we have 39 students who are designated as English learners. We have 12% reclassified this year, and 15% are pending reclassification. So our goal is to reclassify, I think it's about 21 students before the LPAC. 37% of our students improved their GPA from first quarter to second quarter, which was a big win. And 34% of our EL students also made honor roll this semester. So we were very proud. We had a celebration. We passed out their certificates during homeroom, and due to the, what was I saying? They received a treat after school, courtesy of PTSA. We also had a virtual honor roll night, and you can view that on our website if you'd like, still up at fedims.us. And lastly, 60% of our students had perfect attendance in the last 2 weeks, and for us, this was great news, as we had a large number of students absent after the winter break due to the surge. So we are very happy that our students are back on campus. And for that, we are celebrating them as well. We have weekly celebrations for our students who have perfect attendance. Ms. Perez will now go over the school-wide initiatives we have launched this year.
And I just wanted to point out, it was actually 64% of our students that had perfect attendance in the last 2 weeks. So we're really excited about that. So as far as our initiatives go, some of our goals this school year include improving our EL students' attendance, academic performance, reclassification rate, and school engagement. In January, we actually began our attendance initiative to increase our attendance rate and saw an improvement from 1 week to the next, as we just mentioned. Students with weekly and monthly perfect attendance are celebrated and rewarded. We've been able to do this thanks to the generous donations we've received from local restaurants and businesses. In regards to academics, I am doing weekly check-ins with all EL students and ensuring that those who are struggling academically are assigned tutoring. I also communicate this with parents and provide them with a physical and digital copy of their students' tutoring schedule as well. In order to better support our students, our tutoring services are targeted, meaning our students are assigned based on their grade as well as subject in which they need additional support.
In terms of reclassification, for us, that has been our priority, because we know that the research shows that if students do not get reclassified before they get to high school, they have a higher dropout rate and don't attend college. At FEDI, we celebrate our students' success. When they reclassify, we acknowledge them. We also make sure that our students and parents know the reclassification process. In addition, this year we are planning an LPAC boot camp to prepare our students for the LPAC assessment that's coming up in March. Furthermore, in terms of student, parent, and staff engagement, our goal is to make sure that our community is informed. We are doing this through one-on-one meetings with students, monthly parent and staff meetings. We also communicate weekly through our parent and staff newsletters. And lastly, we are also excited to announce that we are in the process of assembling a group of instructional leaders on our campus with a focus on teaching and learning to better meet the needs of our students. Thank you. Programs and services. At FEDI Academy, we have comprehensive programs and services that meet the social and academic needs of our students. Ms. Perez will go over the services she provides for our students.
Some of the services include me as an EL counselor monitoring students' attendance, academics, and helping them with goal setting. Translation of materials and resources is huge, so making sure that both students and parents have access to translated materials and resources. And ensuring that all EL students are scheduled appropriately. And lastly, doing academic reviews with each student. We started doing this in the fall, and we've been doing this in collaboration with Artesia High School, and we will continue to do that in the spring as well.
At Feria Academy, we also have bilingual tutoring, and we have that available to our students during snack, lunch, and after school every day. We have 3 bilingual intervention specialists that support our students one-on-one in English, math, and ELD. And lastly, we are very proud to announce that we have a Migrant Ed Center on our campus. Feria Academy has the largest number of Migrant Ed students at the middle school level. This center is equipped with a full-time college and career specialist where students have access to bilingual tutoring and other resources. In closing, the success of our students is a group effort. That includes the dedication of our teachers, staff, and the support of our parents and community. Thank you so much for having us tonight.
Thank you so much. I think the message that we hope that our community heard is that we believe in our students. We see that they're making progress. We know that we have not arrived. We know that there's still room for growth and room for opportunity. But I wanted to acknowledge that there's a lot of hard work that's taking place at our schools and from our district staff to help our students be successful. So thank you so much for being a part of this presentation. The law also requires us, in addition, to talk about our metrics and our progress, to also update the board on our budget. And so with us, Mr. Nguyen will provide the budget presentation.
Madam
on
President,
this
can we ask some
report.
questions? Because we've gone through almost a pretty long time. I'd like to ask a few questions.
Okay, Dr. Malencia, do you
Absolutely,
prefer-
Harvey.
can we ask questions first, or do you want to finish the funding first?
It's up to you, Board President Yu, if you want to
I
ask
think that it
questions.
would be good if we can ask some questions and then go to the
Absolutely.
the funding. Okay, thank you very much.
If you guys could just make yourself available, please, at the mic in case there are specific questions to your area. Thank you so much.
Thank you. First person will be Board Member Ernie Nishi.
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, I want to go back to Dr. Mayfield's presentation related to the programs that we're going to have. Are we going to have summer school this year, and will it be in person?
We are planning for summer school this year in person. Our enrichment summer school most likely will be virtual. Summer school will begin as early as June 22nd, and so we are gearing up for that as we speak. Staff has already been meeting, and we have to hire teachers to teach our summer school programs. And so, yes, the answer is yes, we are, and yes, we're planning for it to be in person, and we're excited.
Great, thank you. Second question is similar vein. So we have a dual immersion Spanish. There was a time we were thinking about doing dual immersion Mandarin, as I recall. And I understand the impact of COVID right now, but is there because I have a feeling this is not going to be just a one-year phenomenon. It's going to be a while. Mm-hmm. So is there a long-term plan for getting to that?
You're absolutely correct. We had started that work right when COVID hit. The conversation around a Mandarin dual immersion program actually at Juarez. And we had initially started with some survey data that we were going to put out to our parents and our community to validate the language as the focus area for our district. And so we do need to re-gear up for that work. I just think the other COVID emergency has taken priority, but I know that that's still important for us, and that is definitely something that we would like to see for the future of ABC students to offer that program. So yes, we hope to get it up and running in the near future.
Okay, I just don't want to forget about it, that's all. Because sometimes we haven't talked about it in almost 2 years, I think, so it's prime time. It's been like that. Another quick question. So, Principal at Ferguson, I remember when your green screen room was basically almost nothing.
Yeah.
And so to see it get transformed into something real, action, and alive is kind of amazing. So that's a lot of kudos to your extra work to do that.
Thank you.
So is that program up and running yet, or how is that?
We, prior to the pandemic, we had it running, right? Returning back, our focus has been in making sure that our students are engaged in school, the connectiveness, getting them back to where they were prior to the pandemic. So now that we're moving forward, our hopes is that we revamp that and we relaunch that portion of it at our school site as well.
Great, great. I remember seeing a program at CSBA about some Edward James Olmos program. It was American cinema, and it was pretty amazing because they had these kids. They just made the whole movie and everything, and it was exciting for the kids to be able to do that. So I don't know if we could explore that. That'd be really nice. And I remember you did some really great work over there. So that I'm thankful for all your work over there.
Thank you.
Gosh, I had something for Fetty, but I forgot.
We'll come back to you.
Okay, please come back to me then.
Next, we have Board Vice President Brad Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. We always talked about the metrics on how we were going to measure the LCAP spending when I was on the Strategic Planning Committee because of all the money that's at stake. And I just want to say that these percentages are a big achievement. I want to say thank you to Dr. Mayfield. She led that committee when we kind of set the vision moving forward. I want to thank the principals for showing up. Ms. Castro, Ms. Perez, you're doing a great job, and I want to say thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Dr. Olga Rios.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. My first question is about the dropout rate. Dr. Mayfield, can you tell me what that 4.3% is? Is that based on our cohort? Is it a senior class? Is it total student population?
I believe that was our senior class for last year. And we are looking more into the specifics around the students in terms of their attendance. And this is during our when we were virtual for that time period, and students just stopped connecting and stopped attending. We are able to reach out to those students and still extend another year for them. And so we have hopes that those students will re-engage with us and allow us to provide that opportunity through adult school to complete their high school diploma. So that's a surprise to us when we look at that data because that's just not typical for us in ABC. But we do know that students were struggling, and there is opportunity still for students to re-engage and graduate.
Yeah, thank you for that because, yes, research tells us that there are dire prospects for kids who do not graduate high school. So that number to me is alarming. The other questions are about our EL program. Definitely celebrate the progress, right? It sounds like we are doing things better, and I'm happy to see those numbers grow, as some of my colleagues have mentioned. We haven't talked about the money, but there are about $21 million that are given to us specifically to fund certain groups, and English learners is one of those groups. And so I like to see that, or it's good to hear about some of the programming because if schools have language learners, then they should absolutely be well-resourced, and they should absolutely be well-funded. And I've just now started to schedule my visits to schools, so I really look forward to seeing some of these wonderful things in practice. I do have a question for Principal Macias. Tell me a little bit about your EL counselor. Is that an additional staff, or how many counselors besides your EL counselors do you have on staff?
So currently, we have one academic counselor, who is Annabelle Lara, and our new ELL counselors, it's an addition to our academic counselor, is Ms. Perez here.
Thank you, and it sounds like you're doing wonderful work, and it's making a difference, and that's what we love to hear. So thank you.
I would like to acknowledge Ms. Castro. The EL counselors at schools was a big initiative that she pushed forward after we did our EL roadmap study and analysis, and we were looking closely at the graduation rate of our students and realizing that we knew that we need to target students specifically because we saw that with our microeducation counselor, our graduation rate was increasing for that particular student population. And so we used that model to say we need to duplicate it at our middle school and high schools. And so I do want to acknowledge that fact that it's something that she really brought to the forefront as a sense of urgency for us to do this year. Our principals had a chance to interview and hire their own folks, and they've gone through extensive training on how to read transcripts, appropriate academic placement for students, college and college expectations for graduates. So I want to say thank you, Ms. Castro, for that, leading that initiative. And we're so fortunate to have hired some amazing folks who are working directly with our students.
Thank you. Okay, we have Ernie Nishi.
I remembered the questions I had. So there's this, on page 26, talks about increase 15%, increase, 15 points, 10 points for Hispanic, and 12 points for socioeconomic disadvantage. First, I thought that was increased people, but now that's increased score. And so it looks like it's double-digit gains. Am I right? And that's pretty amazing, actually. And so it almost looks like at this rate, you'll be at standard in just 3 years almost. Is that, am I reading that right?
Yes, and that's the goal.
It's potential, right? But
potential,
if you're at the same amazing rate of this, 2 or 3 years, it's potential that we will actually be at standard in these particular specific risk groups, right?
Yes, that's
So
correct.
Congratulations, that's really good. I don't know what you're doing, but it's whatever it is, it's working.
Great things. Come over.
Yes,
We'll show
I will
you.
come and visit
Yeah,
this
come and
Friday,
visit. Ooh, this Friday.
if
Let's
it's
talk.
okay.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question. On page 8, the AP exam passing rate with 3 or higher in 2019 and 20 was 75%. And for spring, 2020 was also pandemic, but 2021 was entirely pandemic, and still we had 66%. That's really good. But for this year, do we have the extra fund to support the AP prep? Because teachers do have to, really go out of their way before school, after school, on the weekend, and some students need extra support.
Yes, we continue to fund our AP prep program and support them through the additional funds through our LCAP program. So yes, we do offer additional funds for teachers to stay after school, work with students. Some schools have opted to work with Tutor Zone to do extra tutoring for the AP program. And we work closely with each AP coordinator to make sure we're creating the best program for that particular school site.
Okay, thank you. And then I also noticed the English, it went from elementary school, they were at green, and then when they went to middle school, it's starting at yellow. So is there what is the disparity?
Well, just to be clear, there's a huge transition that happens for our students, and that's why we really work to get our support staff in the middle schools. The standards do change, and on top of, in elementary school, they get an increased dedicated time to English and math, and then history and social science are usually an addition on top of that. But in middle school now, you have scheduled time, you have to balance 6, 7 different classes in addition to having that schedule in the day. And for our English learner population, we also provide an additional block period of instruction. So not only do the standards get higher, but now they have greater workload. As we all know, as we get older, we get bigger, more responsibilities, and so that's what tends to happen. And so the counseling support that we're providing with these additional EL counselors, led by our district EL counselor, Nereda Armenta Gomez, she also is working with each site to make sure it's not just an academic support, but it's that social emotional transition and learning how to balance all those responsibilities to make sure that we continue to show increase and that we help with that vertical articulation, like I mentioned, that now we not only reach out to the middle schools, but we are going to start working with our feeder elementary schools so that we can start transitioning students earlier and not waiting till they show up to our campus in middle school.
That is a fantastic idea. May I ask, what is the ratio between, I think the EL counselor concept is fantastic. What is the ratio between the EL counselor and the EL students?
So we looked at the percentages of our EL population at each school site, and so we started with funding those school sites that had large percentages. For those school sites that had lower percentages of EL population, for example, at a couple of our schools, they share an EL counselor, one EL counselor for those 2 schools. And I believe that only happens at 2 of our middle schools and at our high school that shares a counselor with our online independent studies program. But all other schools, because of the percentages, were 20% or above. They have a singular EL counselor that is entirely focused on the English learner population at that school site.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very helpful. Any other questions from the board? Okay, that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here this evening. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Dr. Mayfield. Good evening. The budget presentation will be very short, I promise, because this is just part of the annual update. Throughout the year, just to remind the board get 5 different reports on the budget, right? You approve the budget in June, you get an update in December, you're gonna get another update in March, and then in June again, and September. So almost quarterly, you get a thorough, detailed budget update. So this is just part of your LCAP annual update on the budget. So the board adopted again the budget in June for the current year on June 15. After the board adopted the budget, the state then adopt their budget. So we have to make adjustments after that, and it's reflected on here. So the adjustments actually, it's going in the right direction. It's a positive adjustment. So if there's an increase of about $305,000 to the LCFF funds in the area of supplemental and concentration grants after, from what the board adopted to after the state adopted the budget. So we have made this adjustment, and this has reflected in the first interim report to the board. This is a breakdown so you can clearly see how LCFF is funded, and that's again stands for Local Control Funding Formula for the current year. So the total LCFF funding for the current year for ABC as of right now, the reason I say that is because it changes, is $201,871,979. So the base grant is the biggest piece of that, is about $180.2 million. So how do you get to the base grant? That's your per ADA students multiplied by a base grant amount. So if we have 19,000 students, then you get 19,000 multiplied by roughly $9,000 to get to the 180. So this is an equal dollar amount for every school district. You get the same base grant for every student that you serve. Now the next two tier, it depends on the number of low-income students, English learners, and foster youth you have, and that's why it's called supplemental and concentration. This is above and beyond the base grant. This is on top to supplement the base grant, right? So you get 20% more of the base grant multiplied by the percentage of eligible students, or that group that I just mentioned, low-income, English learners, and foster youth. In ABC, that percentage is about 56%, unduplicated. So you count the students once only. They could be both English learners, the students could be both English learners and foster youth and low income, but you count it once. So at 56%, we get an additional $20 million for supplemental and concentration. Adding for supplemental. Concentration is a little bit above that. You get an extra 65% for anyone that above 55% for that group, and we at about 1%, so we don't have a lot. We used to be, or didn't get any of the concentration money because we used to be like right at about 55%, but now it's up a little bit to 56%. So with just that 1%, we get an additional $1.5 million at this point. To answer the question about supplemental and concentration grant, it is for the current year, $21.6 million to be exact. It's an increase of about $752,000 from last year. For the base grant, it's an increase of about $8.6 million at $180 million for a total of $201 million total for LCFF funding. So that is just a brief update on the board of the current, just the local control funding formula. This is only part of the big budget, right? You also get federal funds. You also get all the state categorical programs funding. Adding together, it's roughly about almost $280 million. But this is the biggest piece of the pie. So part of the allocation funds that we get under supplemental concentrations is provided directly to the school for their own use. So we have an allocation here for the board. This is the current year. So there's two columns, right? Base and supplemental concentration. Same concept. The base funding to the school is based on their ADA. So the more students you have, the more base funding you have. And that's reflected on here. But the supplemental and concentration is based on your percentage of unduplicated count students. Again, it's based on your English learners, low income, and foster youth. So a school could have lower enrollment like Aloha, but they have a higher supplemental and state low-income students or eligible students, they get more supplemental and concentration funding. So as you can see the two columns clearly show that. For example, they get a lot more than a school at the north side like Leo or Cerritos L. A school like Ferguson was here, and Hawaiian, Melbourne, Nemus. Those are the schools with the higher UPP, so they get additional or a lot more supplemental and concentration than the other schools. And it's reflected here also at the high school. As you can see, Artesia is almost half a size at Cerritos, but they get about three times more in supplemental and concentration funding than Cerritos, for the reason that I share. But on the base, they also get similar, because in the base, there used to be the old school improvement grant that built in there, so they get a lot more money than the other high school because of their students' populations. So that is where we are with the budget update for the mid-year update for the LCAP.
Okay, we have questions. First, we have Dr. Olga Rios.
Well, has there been talk, Tuan, about those $752,000 that were additional and how we're going to get that directly to students?
So that's actually get built into the budget already that you approve in June, because we incorporate for that. The only changes is the new thing here is the 305, but the 752 is part of the. If you remember in June when you adopted the big LCAP budget with 30 plus item, it has about $21 million in there.
Okay, I thought you said that there's a number of what was anticipated and then what was actual. So
Yeah, so that's here.
So what we adopted in June is not the same as what the actual is.
Correct, and it's on the first page of the LCFF budget, and the increase is about $305,000.
Okay, so those $305,000, you're saying that that's already been allocated?
So that's part of the, when we do the adjustments to the school, we reallocate that.
So they'll be getting more money?
Correct, only certain
Okay.
schools.
Thank you. Yeah, depending on those that have those three population groups.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so the supplemental concentration, these funds pretty much explain the presentation of tonight, right? Yeah, okay.
Yes, it's part of the entire LCAP. The intent is that, like we have shared here, what are you spending the supplemental? How do you spend your supplemental and concentration money to support the targeted groups? So, and we have thoroughly went through that with the board in June. If you remember the list of 30 plus items that we go through each item, how much in each area and how we plan to spend the money, including allocation to the schools to support our targeted groups.
Thank you very much. We have one more question by Mr. Ernie Nishi.
This will be really quick. So I see here that the supplemental concentration is about 3.5 for the high schools and middle, and then 2 million for the elementary schools. So that means the balance of the 20 million is used for other different things besides going to the sites, correct?
The 3.5 is the total.
Oh wait, no, 3.5 is the total of
Total. High school is 1 million, middle school is 456, and then the elementary is 2. So 3.5 is total, going to all schools, not just the middle school.
correct, but it's the supplemental concentration grant that goes so
Correct.
like the schools that have the highest ratio of people who need the
Correct.
help goes there.
So from the 21.5, if you will, 3.5 given directly to the school, the rest of them, the 18 million, are on the 30 items list, remember, that the board approved?
Right.
So we spent on behalf of these students, but a lot of these programs are centrally, administered up here by the different departments to support the target groups.
Right, but this money also goes to specific tasks and things like that at the schools, right? And the supplemental for the specific, like Aloha, for example.
Correct.
It's
They
to
would get
hit
this
the
money
specific
to
target,
further
And then they would get
support their
additional monies
students.
through the $20 million. The additional $17 million that's left over
18.
also gets allocated specifically.
Correct, through service, not funding.
Correct.
We
correct.
provide direct service to them.
Correct. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, so there's no more questions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Valencia Mayfield.
Thank you. Good
and
evening.
Carol Castro, and thank you, everyone. Okay, we have next action items. If any, okay. May I have a motion to conduct a public hearing and adopt resolution number 21-64, reapproving trustee area boundaries following analysis of 2020 census data. May I have a motion?
Motion to adopt, Eugenio.
Second, Ishii.
Thank you. Juan?
Thank you. Good evening. So, the good news is that we only have to do this once every 10 years. And so every 10 years after the census data, for districts that have trustee area elections, we have to relook at the boundaries and see if the population is still within the acceptable deviations. If not, we'd have to redraw the boundary. So normally the data would be available much early on, but this year, there was major delay in releasing the data from the state. So initially we thought we have until November to do this. And then I went on the workshop and I said, no, you have to do it before March 1st. So we contact our legal counsel and Mr. David Saldani, who is here tonight, to present to the board of his work and our recommendation accordingly through his analysis of the trustee areas no The good news is, as you can see here, is that you just have to reaffirm the trustee area and the maps. No change is needed, but I will not steal his thunder, and I will let him present to you his findings and his work. And I want to thank David, you have to go to the podium, for, it was almost a miracle that we was able to do this with and meet the timeline by the state and the county, because like I said, we thought we have until November, and we were able to do this in such short time. So I want to thank Mr. Sodani again. He is a partner with our legal firm, Atkinson, Anderson, lawyer, help me out.
It's close enough.
Rudd Romo, I can never get, AALRR. So you pay them enough, but you just don't remember the name. No.
We're paying by the hour. It should be very short, right?
So, thank you. Again,
first.
David.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be here this evening. I was actually involved in the initial redistricting back in, I want to say 2011, 2012, when we first made this change. When you are in this method of election, meaning you have trustee areas, the law says that every 10 years following the decennial census, you need to make sure your areas are still balanced. And we measure that balance by looking at total population, because it's a representation issue. So every trustee should represent roughly the same number of residents in each area. And when I say roughly, I mean we're looking for a difference between the most populous and the least populous trustee areas of no more than 10%. So that's the bar. That's what we look for. And yes, but the census data was late this year because of COVID. So we got a little bit of a late start. Normally I wouldn't be talking to you about this tonight. I would have been here 6 months ago and been gone already. But here we are. Our deadline was not moved back despite the late release of the data. So we still have until the last day of this month to accomplish this. And if we don't, then those changes have to be made by LACO. The county committee takes care of that for us. So do I have a clicker, or do I just tell you next? Next, please. Okay. So the first thing that we do is we look at your existing trustee areas. Okay. At the time that we created them, we had a deviation that was far less than 10%.
But over the years, you have some growth, and sometimes that tends to change. Well, in your situation, you are fairly built out. So while you have had some growth over the past decade, the growth has been fairly even. So now, if you look, we've added over 1,000 people in the last decade, according to the census. It's about a 1% increase. And as a result, our variance is now at 8.8%. Well, that's 1.2% below what's required. So as a result of that, we technically don't have to make any changes. You have the discretion, should you desire, to tighten that variance further. But, you don't get extra credit if you go from 8% down to 2%. It's really a binary decision. You're either above or below that 10% line. Below that line, presumptively legal. So you are already there. So it is within your discretion tonight to simply readopt the map that you have been using for the past decade. And in doing so, you'll be able to continue to utilize that map all the way through 2031, when hopefully not me, but someone will be back then. And hopefully it won't have changed to the point where you have to make changes. That would be great. Okay, the rest of these slides, just for your information, this contains updated data from the 2020 census. So you can see the breakdown, and the census categories that we look at are threefold. We look at the total population. That's every human being, infant through adult. You see these numbers, and it's broken down by race and ethnicity as those categories are described on the census. Okay? You may have recalled during the pandemic getting something in the mail or completing something online. That was the census. The next column over that we look at is age 18 and over. Those are all the adult population. Again, broken down by ethnicity. Next slide, please. This third category has kind of a funny acronym. It's called CVAP. What that is citizen voting age population. So it's 18 plus, but only those individuals that are citizens. And the reason why is because that's the universe of people that could register to vote. And that's a significant number for Federal Voting Rights Act purposes. We keep track of that, again, by race and ethnicity. And I don't know if you have a black and white copy like I do, but in color, you can see this is what we call a heat graph. This shows the concentration of your protected class populations. In this case, we showed an example, Hispanic Latino. These little shapes that you see on this map are actual census blocks. So these are the units of measurement that we use to build trustee areas. And embedded in each of these shapes of varying sizes is the actual population and ethnicity data. So you see, the darker the block, the higher the concentration. So that gives you a look at one of your protected class populations, Hispanic Latino. And if we go on to the next one, we see a similar heat map, this time for the Asian population, which is the majority of this district by CVAP. Again, the darker the square, the higher the concentration. And again, each one of these units is a census block. So you can get a sense that they are different shapes and different sizes. Let's go to the next slide, please. And here they are. These are your current areas that you have right now. Each of you is elected from one of these 7 areas. Every 2 years, 3 of you or 4 of you, or 3 of your seats or 4 of your seats are up for election. This is the map that I would recommend you readopt. It is still legal. People, your constituents have been electing you from these same areas for the past decade. So there's some value in it being consistent over time and not changing it too often. So that's my recommendation. If it's legal, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Let's go to one more slide here. In the current trustee areas, So this is reflective of your 2020 census population. This tells you the breakdown by each trustee area based on these two important metrics of total population and citizen voting age population, or CVAP. I want to direct your attention to a couple of things that are important. If you look at, for example, trustee area 2 and trustee area 3 and 4. 2, 3, and 4 are what's called majority minority districts because they have a majority, the majority of that population is Asian CVAP. Now, if we go up a couple of columns, if you take a look at trustee area 7, that's your Hispanic Latino majority minority district at 64.7%. So, with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you might have. And again, the deadline for making this decision is February 28th.
Any public comments and discussion? Okay, discussion, board members? Okay, we have Dr. Olga Rios.
Change is often difficult, and adopting trustee areas was not welcomed by all initially. I mean, it took a lawsuit for this to happen. But yet, I think we can agree that increasing the diversity on our board has yielded powerful rewards. We now have representation from across the district, representing every school and thus every child. We all do our best or perform our duty to the best of our ability, but we ultimately have to earn your vote at every election and re-election. We are accountable. We are accountable to you, our ABC community. I serve ABC students and represent and advocate for the Lakewood schools and the sometimes specific needs of our ABC students. So I am proud to support this effort to continue to represent this district by trustee areas.
Any other discussion? Okay, if none, I think we can go ahead and vote. Roll call, Danielle?
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes?
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes?
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Public hearing is closed. 3.8-A. May I have a motion to approve submission of the 2022 Harbor Freight Skilled Trade Summers Program grant application for Artesia High School?
Motion to approve, Eugenio.
Second.
Any public comments?
I do not see any public comments, Madam President.
Discussion? Board members? Okay, Board Member Ernie Nishi.
Thank you, Madam President. A couple of questions regarding the program. I think it's a great idea to have Harbor Freight. It's a good, innovative thing, 156,000. So are we hiring these people, or are we using our CTE group, or how's this going to work?
We'll actually be using ABC teachers who will be providing the instruction for these 2 summer camps. And so one summer camp will center around automotive, and the other one is around welding. They'll begin this summer. It's a 6-week program for students. The students will attend school 4 days a week for about 6 hours, and they will end with a certification in specific to that area, or in the case of the automotive class, they'll actually get dual enrollment credit. And so we're really excited about this. The grant will also pay for teacher hourly, as well as teacher prep time to teach in this program. Our students will also get an internship stipend for participating.
So our current existing CTE teachers are going to be doing it at their current rate?
So I don't know the current rate that, I'm sorry, I'm not sure the rate that they'll be paid for this. It is a grant-funded program. I'm not sure if there's a cap on the percentage that teachers can actually receive, but I do know that the program will fund our teachers as well as provide extra funds for them to do the prep, their prep and planning time as well. And so I'll have to look closer to see if the school sets that dollar amount or if it's consistent with whatever's contractually already negotiated for them. But I do know that the funds is coming from this entity.
Okay, so you already have commitments to that already, or you're planning on getting
They are
commitments?
applying. They received $8,000 as a planning grant to plan. And they've already, so they have to actually write the application to get, which we're asking the board to approve, is for them to write and submit the application. But we do know that included in the budget for that application is the funds to pay for the teachers to teach it this summer.
At their current rate?
Most likely, typically when we hire, even if it's grant funded, is at their current rate.
Okay, all right, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, no other questions, discussions? Okay, we'll vote. Roll call, Danielle?
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Madam President? I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting 1 hour. I'd like to hear from the rest of the teachers and public here.
Sounds good. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, we'll extend it. Okay, we just need to go back to 1.1-C. Approve out-of-state travel for Superintendent Dr. Mary Sue to attend the Superintendent Summit in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia, April 6 to 8, 2022.
So move by Sophia.
Yeah, no second.
Okay.
So, Madam President, the only amendment I'd like to make is that it would be contingent upon the resolution of the negotiations that we currently have. And all of our travel should probably be contingent upon that as well. So CSBA and things like that, I think it would, we need people on the ground here.
Okay.
So that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
I think everything should be resolved by then. I'm hopeful.
For sure. Okay.
That's the only amendment that I'd like to have.
Okay. So, you want to make a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
So the motion be that we will approve the travel to Virginia for the superintendent contingent upon the a successful conclusion of negotiations with the current issues that we're currently having. That's all.
Second.
Okay. Roll call, Danielle?
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes?
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. Okay, next we have board members' report. I'm going to start with Dr. Olga Rios.
I'll make my brief, and actually a request, can we add the Diversity, Unity, and Equity Committee information to our committee meetings in our board book, please? Since it is an actual committee, district committee. So that's always a fun experience, again, participate in that every month. This past Saturday, I had the pleasure of attending the first GAR baseball game, and it was exciting. My son plays travel ball, and we didn't know what to expect when we showed up to a high school baseball game, and it was so intense. The parents out there had so much energy, really enjoyed it. They played against Oulu, and man, did they almost there. We almost had it. We didn't win this one, but I'm sure that there are a lot more fun games to come. So shout out to those baseball players and to the baseball parents. That is it, Madam President.
Thank you. Next we have Vice President Brad Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. The school board is in negotiations with the teachers, and I can't publicly discuss any specifics from our contract talks. However, I will say that this board is negotiating in good faith, and I will discuss things openly when negotiations have concluded. At the appropriate time, I will answer all of your questions as usual. Many of you know me well and know that my word is my bond. Trust and integrity mean a great deal to me. I want to say once again publicly that I respect our teachers and value them greatly. Many of you know that my mother, Janet Beach, was a teacher for 28 years at Cerritos High School. And many of you probably don't know, but I started college as a mathematics major, and I wanted to teach math and PE at high school level and coach baseball. Taking a criminal justice class changed my trajectory, but I still have love for the teaching profession. They have always had my support on various issues. Those aren't just words, and my recent actions were to support the teachers with one of the highest weekly stipends compared to other local districts for their dedication and extra work during the pandemic. They definitely deserved it and have done an outstanding job during these difficult times. I also, along with my colleagues, voted twice to increase substitute pay. There are some things I need to clear up from recent articles, quotes, and comments. First, recent facility upgrades have been from Measure BB funds, and those cannot be used for salaries. The solar panels were not paid by general funds, and those benefits to our district will include future reduced energy costs. We have lost over 1,400 students from our school district, and we're going to be facing major potential budget deficits in coming years. This has to be considered before making any prudent decisions for our entire community. I will always do what is best for the kids, teachers, parents, and staff. I appreciate all of the emails that I have received over the last couple weeks and responded to each one of them. Thanks for your input. I am also listening to parents about Senate Bill 866 and Senate Bill 871. Many parents don't feel that their 12-year-old child should make medical decisions appropriately for themselves, and that the vaccine mandate for young kids to attend public school could have negative impacts on many of our students. I have interviewed all of the dads at a recent Watchdogs meeting, and they all, regardless of vaccination status of their kids, didn't want their 12-year-old sons or daughters being able to make their own medical decisions. Many parents have threatened to remove their kids from public school, and this could definitely hurt our enrollment in the future. I am pushing to bring a resolution to the board to discuss these important Senate bills at the March 1st meeting. Madam President, per our bylaws, I'd like to formally request this be an agenda item at our next meeting. This speech is all words, but I am confident you will see action soon. And I want to be judged on my actions. There aren't just 2 board members that support the teachers, and time will reveal that. Thank you all for your patience, trust, and support. It means a lot to me, and I'll continue to keep you all posted on recent developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Vice President. Very well said. Next, we have Board Clerk, Dr. Michael Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President. Last week, I supported my old elementary school, Mary Bragg, by going on to marybragggreenteam.org. I ordered 6 trees, including 2 peach trees, 2 apple trees, and 2 cherry trees. I'd like to thank Dr. Apodaca for making me aware of this fundraiser during our previous meeting. For the general public, you still have time to order your trees until February 19th, again at marybragggreenteam.org. I can't wait to receive my trees next month and start my mini orchard. Madam President, that's all I have. May God bless you all and keep you well.
Thank you. Next, Sophia Say, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Thank you. And let me take my hands down. Okay. First, I want to say I do acknowledge our teacher, the hard work that they have been work with us together. In the past, we always have for myself, this is the 4th term in ABC. In the past history, we always support our staff needs, and we do try our best. Okay. I myself have dual position here. I'm a nurse, and I always facing high-risk patient, taking care of COVID patient. And meanwhile, my husband is a cancer patient, recovered. But I still have to be cautious when I go to work. I have to be really, my nerves just go up when I take care of those high-risk patients. But meanwhile, I'm also a teacher. I teach university, college. So I do understand both sides' needs. And I acknowledge you. And I know the risk and the fact what we're facing too. In the past, my history, and I heard about the people say the 2 board member always this and this. I want to clear that. All my colleagues here in the past we have been vote almost a 7-0 almost all the time. That shows you all board I cannot speak every single one, but at least based on the history, the voting decision is very supportive to our staff. But once again, I do want the staff to hear that please be patient with us. You will hear the news, but again, we do need your help, and we need you continuously provide the best service that you are with our district. We know you. I know you're working hard, and I respect you too. Now, for me, in the past, I have a couple site visits. On February the 3rd, attending Magnet Parent information on Zoom. On February the 10th, I also attending the ABC School District Give Award to our local resident, John May. And when I approaching him, I say, can you donate some masks? I know we have a mask in school. I also know some parents want to give the mask to the students, but I don't want them to wear one mask whole day. During the crisis time, I like them to change it as a safe practice. And I'm a nurse. I was focused on a pediatric nurse practitioner, so you know what's my focus in that. Everyone's health is, we are in part of the charge of that. So we want to provide the best safe practice for your child and our district staff too. I want to thank you, John Meng, and donated 20,000 masks. And I think this is a good lesson to us. Working together makes difference. We work with the local community, make changes, provide the best things for our children. But again, also with the teacher, the same thing we are doing it now. And we do have a good relationship with the union, and we'll continue work with the union staff. And then the 212 attend the Chinese school for open new program they have. In 213 attending, I was invited to Chinese Senior Association Zoom meeting. And so that will be my end report, President. I do like to cut it short right now to give the chance to public comment. Thank you. That's the reason I'm signing back again. I have a problem with the internet, but I want to send back. I do want to hear the second part of public comment. And I am here humbly to listen. Thank you, Board President.
Thank you, Sophia Save. Next, we have Board Member Ernie Nishi.
Thank you, Madam President. So yes, I'd like to reiterate that the statements by Board Member Brad Beach that we should be judged on our actions, not so much on our words. And sometimes these words hurt because, you know, we are people. And so when you tell us that we're evil, it does hurt my soul. So please recognize that. We are people. We have families. We have feelings. And we have to make a living. Separate from that, I'd like to say I'm so glad to get extra comments out of that, too. Good. Get people to move. I got to visit Cerritos High School. I got to visit the baseball field. Water. When I was a kid, it was nice to drink out of a hose, but it would be really nice if we could have a water fountain station out there so they don't have to run back. Ross High School, middle school is doing great. I had got to congratulate the new principal there. She's a great principal, and her teachers are also very good. Ms. Aguirre is teaching history with Play-Doh, and I know she bought it herself. I don't think the district paid for that. And music. Play-Doh and music, and looked like it was a really fun class. So I just wanted to note that. Carmenita has a great band teacher. They're teaching outside, probably annoying the neighbors, but still I think that's a pretty great thing. And we need to help those facilities there just a little bit, if we can. Make it really quick. This last thing is the Day of Remembrance. So we are still going to do Day of Remembrance, except we're going to do it in March. It's not necessarily limited to a particular, it was actually March 19th, I believe, is when it was actually happening. But we recognize that it's not just a civil rights issue, it's also a history as well. And so it's taught within the context of things. We want the teachers to love to teach it, not to be forced to teach it. I think that's a great thing that Dr. Valencia and Ms. Castro, Dr. Castro, sure. Thank you for working on this program and really making it part of our whole curriculum. This thing about history being in your heart, not just in your head. It's really critical. And so with your indulgence, Madam President, I would quickly like to read a short passage from my grandfather's diary, which occurred on February 14th, Valentine's Day. And that day, about 78 years ago, my grandfather was released from the prison. and he had been there for a while. So I'm going to quickly read this, so just to indulge me. Today we had sardines, so we discussed whether we should cook the sardines for lunch or for dinner. We decided to have sardines for dinner and cook the beans for lunch. There's such a lack of food that we have to debate about when to eat sardines. It's not really human. While I was waiting, Shimada and Nakao came in and they said, we worked hard for a long time. As a matter of, actually, wait, let me go back. At 3 o'clock, Lieutenant Schaefer came into the barrack. He called out my name and told me to roll up my blanket. I was stunned. This is completely unexpected, so my roommates helped me pack my items. My clothes were only partially dry. Mr. Tsuda yelled out in English, please tell my family not to worry about me. I responded, okay. Skipping over, while I waited, we worked hard for a long time. As a matter of fact, we made a long-distance call to Lieutenant Colonel Austin to get permission for the release of U2 and granted us an okay. Please remember that we signed a form that guaranteed that U2 would not disrupt the peace in the camp after your release. It is just a formality, but Director Best asked us to tell you this, so I hope you understand. My grandfather, in his most defiant manner, I did not say anything. A truck was waiting outside the fence, as filled with all sorts of emotions as heading about to camp, because he hadn't been there for a long time to see his family. As soon as he was dropped off in front of our barrack, he put down the bag and the box he was carrying and held Masako. Masako is my mom. I think she was 6. She's passed away now. Who jumped into my arms. I was also greeted by Mr. Furusawa and Mr. Hayashi, who stood nearby with a great smile. I thanked the others who had supported my family, and then I was able to finally settle into the room. Skipping through, I was deeply moved. Masako and Sayuri did not go to bed due to all the excitement. I was home after 3 months and 1 day. So he was in jail for 3 months and 1 day. He never had a trial. He was almost sent back to a country that he hadn't been to in years. And so I'm hoping that this day of remembrance becomes something very important for all the students to understand in their heart, that we need to stand up for justice, for fairness. It's not just up here. History is not something just in our books, although this is a book. I want all the teachers to call and ask all these survivors of World War II, people who were young kids at that time, and talk to them and see what their experiences were, and learn, and maybe someday those kids will save our future. And that is my report, Madam President.
Thank you. Next, we have announcements. Next regular board meeting, Tuesday, March 1st, 2022, 7 p.m., District Office Boardroom. Committee meetings. Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee, Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, 6 p.m., virtual meeting. Legislative Policy Committee meeting, Wednesday, February 23rd, 2022, 6:30 p.m., virtual. Finance and Audit Committee, Thursday, February 24th, 2022, 6 p.m., virtual meeting. Dates to remember. President's Day holiday is February 21st, 2022. Now, we have second public comment section.
Madam President, information only. We have 9 speakers in person and 6 online.
Do we need a bathroom break? Okay, I think we need to have a short 5-minute bathroom break for board members. Okay, so let's make a quick 5 minutes. We're back. Okay.
Huh?
5-minute stretch.
Yeah, I was going to go to that one too, but I'll let you use that one.
Dr. Michael Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President. First speaker, we have Patty Alcantas. On standby, can we bring up Rico Tamayo and Rich Saldana?
Good evening, President Sue Yu, board members, Dr. Sue, cabinet members, teachers, students, and community. My name is Patty Alcantar. I have 21 years of service with ABCUSD. I serve as Vice President of Child Development for ABCFT, also member of ABCFT's negotiation team, and most importantly, I work as a child development teacher. I am here to represent my fellow child development teachers working for Tracy Infant Center, State Preschool, Head Start, and the Extended Day Program. I come here today to urge you to support negotiations. I specifically ask that you support fair and equitable compensation for all teachers. As you may know, there is great pay disparity between TK-12 teachers and child development teachers. Our jobs and qualifications may be different, but are equally important. Your efforts for fair and equitable compensation will help bridge the gap for child development educators. I also urge cabinet members and board members to work together to address the substitute shortage. Child development programs have been greatly impacted by the sub shortage. The sub rate increase for TK-12 teachers was greatly needed and much appreciated. However, it depleted our already dwindling sub pool. The sub shortages negatively impact our students and our teachers on a daily basis. Child development administrators and TOSAs are covering classes. We appreciate their support. However, this keeps them from carrying out their jobs and responsibilities in a timely manner. Please consider increasing the sub rate for child development substitute teachers so that we too can attract and retain highly qualified subs. For the 22-23 school year, child development programs will be undergoing a lot of changes. The rollout of universal TK will negatively impact enrollment for state preschool and Head Start, both of which are already dealing with declining enrollment. In efforts to preserve our programs, serving a younger population is being considered. However, that's easier said than done. Serving a younger population means new environment, new curriculum that is age and developmentally appropriate for our students. This may also require teachers to go back to school for additional coursework. The launch of the Extended Learning Opportunities after-school program will also drastically change our current after-school program, and the changes are yet to be determined. Your support and participation during the planning and transition process is going to be crucial to save our programs, preserve child development jobs, and ensure the continued success of child development programs. Finally, I would like to extend an invitation to board members and cabinet members to visit our child development programs. Your visits will ensure that you have a realistic understanding of our programs and our challenges. In order to represent and advocate for our students and our teachers, you must know our programs. We, child development educators, look forward to your visits and look forward to working with you to ensure the advancement of our programs. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Rico Tamayo. On standby, we have Rich Saldana and Joe Guzman. Next speaker, we have Rich Saldana. On standby, we have Joe Guzman and Esmeralda de Avila.
Good evening, Board President Yu and fellow elected members, Superintendent Sue, and all my colleagues, parents, students, and community members who have been so supportive of our teachers and students. My name is Rich Saldana, and I certainly wish I was here to celebrate someone or some accomplishment of our district, as has been my reason for coming here so many times in the past. So this is not where I want to be tonight, especially at this hour, but rather, it's where I need to be this evening because of my students. I must stand up and speak for what is right, just as I ask them to do. For many of us, it has been a long time since we have been to a board meeting, and hopefully it will be a long time until we need to stay up this late on a school night. Instead, I would have been at home creating the best lessons I can for my students and grading their work and giving feedback so they can improve their skills. Teaching has taken more time than usual the past 2 years, as many of us have had to convert all our lessons to a digital format to make them available to students both in school and at home. So why am I here? I have listened to most of you thank teachers over and over and say how much you understand, and then demonstrate that you don't understand by your actions. Instead, you give us more thank yous, some we hear yous, and more recently, COVID test kits and a mental health hotline, staffed by nurses who are then pulled away from our students to answer the phone. Although these may be well-intentioned gestures, what we really need is a school board who does not drag on negotiations since, and this is a quote from a school member, since ABC opened negotiations on February 2nd, 2021. This is not good for our mental health, and this is not good for ABC, who until now has served as a role model for many school districts around the region, state, and even nation. Another quote from a board member. I agree that we should be role models in all that we do. Dragging negotiations out for between 6 and 12 months, depending on which board member you ask, is not being a role model. We can all imagine what putting our partners, husbands, wives off for months does to a relationship. Not good. As you have stated, I acknowledge that you have been meeting 2 times a month before board meetings to come to an agreement. That is the problem. Clearly, limiting your partner to twice monthly meetings merely drags out negotiations and deteriorates a relationship. We can all imagine if our standard response was, I'll get back to you in 2 weeks. Imagine if instead we had met at least every week until an agreement was made. How much more would your actions then show you care and that you truly respect our teachers who partner with you to educate our students? What we are going through right now is totally unnecessary. When, as quoted from the Cerritos News, ABC's reserve currently sits at a whopping 14%. The cap is 10%, minimum 4%. So they have 10% to play with. There is simply no good reason to delay this agreement. Our teachers and nurses will always do what's right by our district and students, as we did about 12 years ago when we took unpaid furlough days to keep this district financially solvent. We have again sacrificed for 2 years without a raise while increasing our workload to meet the needs of our students during this COVID time, as you have heard from so many. Now is the time for each of you to demonstrate that you truly do understand and come to a fair agreement with our ABC Federation of Teachers. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Joe Guzman. On standby, we have Oscar Galicia and Catherine Pascual.
All right, excuse me, I'm kind of tired. Got to be up in 4 hours right now. I'm a father, parent to children who come here to ABC Unified. I'm a public worker, union member, and a frontline worker. What I say today is with deep respect to everybody's opinion and those of you who might disagree. I'm here to speak about our children being required to wear masks when it's truly not required. All of you were elected to serve, not to rule over our children and parental rights. over the past couple of weeks, we observed public servants, celebrities, who impose mandates disregard the so-called importance of wearing a mask. Yet our children are required to wear a mask against their will. You are all expected to serve for what's best for these children, and that needs to start now. Facial expressions are that an important part of their freedom to express themselves the way God intended. It is also important that a child has a freedom to breathe without restriction. You know, as I speak here, it's hard for me to speak. We hear stories about kids running around in masks and they can't breathe. We all had the liberty to live and breathe without a mask growing up. And we do this to them. Why? We have all these politicians. We have public servants. We're all servants. Teachers, nurses, we're all servants. We're expected to be on the front line. But our children shouldn't be at our hands while they suffer with this. We're all waiting for a day in the form of an announcement about lifting a mandate. Scientifically, has a virus communicated to us on when it feels it won't be a threat to us? LA County Health Department Director Farrer herself was present at the Super Bowl. Her guidance led to either providing proof of vaccination, a negative test result for a large event. We have seen that vaccinated are still able to transmit and become infected with COVID. Tests are also proven to be unreliable. If this virus was that serious, how are both practices accepted on a grand scale? This is what all of you should consider, and as board members and teachers. This is what all of you should consider and not resort to political ambitions when making these decisions. The actions of these elected servants should have all of you question their leadership and begin to make the decision now that will benefit our children, the ones that you were elected to serve. So it's pretty difficult. You know, today I heard a couple people booing a parent who spoke about this. You know, that's your freedom to express, but it's also disrespect. I support a lot of you teachers. I support your pay. I support you getting paid for what you do for them. We suffered along with you during the pandemic. They did your job. And we appreciate what you did. It was hard. It was new to us. And it was new to a lot of you. But we don't hold that against you. We still want you to get paid. But from what I heard today, that was friggin' disgusting. A lot of you should really be ashamed of yourself.
1 minute.
You know, I wanted to come up here and tell them something, but I had to tell you guys something. As a parent, I'm disappointed. I want you to get paid, but I want you to understand how we feel. These are our children, not yours. If that was the case, I would have given you their birth certificates. All right? So, you know, very disappointed from what I've seen today. I love you guys. I think ABC Unified, good teachers all the way around. And I appreciate that. But from what I've seen today was just plain disrespect. It was. And I appreciate the work all of you do. I'll keep saying it. But please, please consider our children. And please consider our right to make these decisions. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Oscar Galicia. On standby, we have Catherine Pascual and Sam Desai.
Good evening, colleagues, families, and board members. Although you see me wearing black and gray, I was here a few minutes ago wearing blue, but I had originally left to go home. I did have an accident. I did partake in an accident. I got hit by a car walking to Nemas Elementary, where I teach at. So my back really does hurt sometimes when I'm standing, and I could not go to sleep if I did not share my opinions and my voice. So I will begin now. So good evening, colleagues, families, and board members. My name is Oscar Galicia, and I'm a 4th grade dual immersion teacher. I stand here because I felt both inspired and compelled to share my voice with you today. In a span of 3 years, teachers have been asked to do the impossible, teaching virtually without a manual explaining how to do so, employing new strategies to maintain student engagement, and fostering relationships even when a screen created a divide. Yet time after time, we have demonstrated resiliency. When we were asked to teach virtually and in person at the same time, we did. When the dual immersion summer school team was asked to teach, yet there was no curriculum set in place, nor enrichment courses for our dual immersion students, we seeked out resources and did so. Time after time, we have proven to be resilient. I not only stand here as a teacher, but I stand before you as a product of a school site that has invested so much in me. I have the opportunity to teach at the school site that I attended as a child. It is because of my colleagues, many of whom were my elementary school teachers, set in place that I'm able to stand in front of you with the confidence to say that I know my worth, because they saw mine. Yet here I am, having to ask you to see that worth. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Catherine Pasquale. On standby, we have Sam Desai and Marty Supple.
Good evening. Oh, hello? Okay. Good evening. Firstly, I'd like to remark on the fact that the board is obviously uncomfortable hearing from all of us tonight. Typically, there are a few of you who want to extend the first public comment so that you can hear from everybody, and you do that when it's parents in the room. And tonight with teachers in the room, you didn't do that. You're asking us to judge you by your actions, and tonight you had a lack of action, and that silence was deafening. In addition to the challenges of the last 2 years, January was a very hard month to be in education, and it has made me think a lot. That's why I'm here for my third meeting in a row speaking. But I'm going to share some different stuff tonight. So when I got married and I moved to the city of Cerritos, where my husband grew up, I heard about the great schools, and I made it my goal to get a teaching job in this school district. I was so excited that my future children, who I did not have yet, would have the privilege of attending this school district. These schools drew people to the city of Cerritos. With the city council election quickly approaching, it'd be great for the community to remember that their housing values are high, in part due to the reputation of this great district. But our schools are great because we have been in partnership between labor and management. Our schools are great because our teachers and our other staff are so dedicated. Our schools are great because our families come to the area and they care a lot about education and they choose this area with great schools. But will our schools still be great if our teachers and staff leave due to burnout? Or as more demands are placed on them without additional time or compensation? Will they still be great if our great employees flee to other districts that pay a lot more? Like 2.5 miles away from where I teach, I could make more than $20,000 more. It's something that our staff is constantly thinking and talking about. What's the smart decision for their family? Will they still be great
3 minutes.
if future teachers coming out of teaching credential programs no longer strive to work here? I have a friend who teaches in a teaching credential program locally, and she says this is not a district of choice for her students, which makes her really sad because she's a product of this district. I'm concerned. I'm concerned about paying my bills. I'm concerned about if I will continue to have great colleagues in this profession that I love, because they're fleeing. I'm concerned that our students see how stressed out we are, and the future generation isn't wanting to join this great profession. I'm also concerned that my twins, who will start in this school district in just a few months, maybe won't get this great education if this school district isn't rising back up to where its reputation has been at. Please do right by the staff. We need pay raises to bring our pay up to par with other districts in the area. We need equity amongst our staff. We are very far away from local districts' pay, not just for teachers, but for mental health professionals, for speech pathologists, for our CTE staff, for our early childhood educators. We need to come and meet where the community is at. This is an expensive area to live, and we need to look at what the surrounding districts are paying. Teachers ask themselves, can I stay in this district that I love, at this school that I love, teaching these students I love? Is that the responsible thing to do for my family if the discrepancy is so great? Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Sam Desai. Mr. Smith, is he online, actually?
He is online. I don't know if you want to get through the...
Let's go through the in-person speakers first. Next speaker, Marty Supple, followed by, on standby, we have Dina Martins and Anthony Brennis.
Hello, how are all of you tonight? I just got off a little while ago and I decided to drop by to give my words about CTE. As you know, we met in December, we had a big meeting, and the purpose was actually to inform you what's going on, hoping that there will be an action plan in place and that you will execute said action plan. Time is not on our side. These CTE teachers are fantastic people, and all these teachers are incredible beyond belief. And we're a family, folks, and this part of the family, CTE, is get paid at a rate of 35% less. Yet you expect me, and I will, because I love what I do, to get ASC certifications, to continue to talk to vendors, to talk to people. We're like entrepreneurs, and I was one for 20 years. This is what we do, and we do it every day, and we love doing it. But don't pay us less because we love what we do. I'm proud of these people. You won't believe the kind of things these people do day in and day out. They're constantly looking and improving what they have to do. Folks, technology is increasing rapidly, and you're in a 50-year-old paradigm. Things have changed dramatically, and the things I need to learn is every day. But I'm happy to do so. I'm proud to do so. And so are these people here. These people work hard every day, and we work more than most. Yet, we don't get the compensation. We need to be compensated, folks. We want equity in a country which has been divided somewhat. Look around you. Do you see what's going on? Are we going to do anything about it? It seems like a lot of us are doing different things.
3
What
minutes.
about teachers? I'm happy to be here. I love what I do, and I will do it to my dying days. All right? But you got to pay us. This is ridiculous. We're professionals. Isn't this a National CTE Month? I don't know what does that mean for us? I don't know. I mean, so anyway, I'm just here to say that I want to continue to serve you, to serve my students. Wait a minute, serving students. Isn't it when you have a CTE teacher leave that takes you months to get a replacement? Well, are we taking care of our students then? No, we're not. In fact, another high school in this district lost their auto teacher, and I was supplying PowerPoints and information and going to that high school to help out because I'm part of the family. I'm part of the team. That's what we do. But unfortunately, you're paying us at a very low rate. Folks, you're going to start losing people. Then I wake up the other day and I see on television about the rest of our family not being paid. Folks, this is my district too. I grew up here. I still live here. I went to school here. Take care of business. Because the thing is, time is not on our side. And actually, it's not on your side either. Because if it continues to go to the media about what's going on in ABC, I don't like to see that. I'm proud of this district. I'm proud of these people and what they do. And we need to get with it. No more talk on how much you love us. Do something. Action. As I tell my seniors, and I'll say it to all of you, there's many excuses for failure, but many reasons for success. What side are you going to be on? Thank you.
Next speaker, Dina Martins, followed by Anthony Brundis.
Good evening again. I would just like to make a few additional points. If someone is asking for more compensation and support for their cause, the heckling of a supportive parent making a public comment is not a wise choice. It is disrespectful, and it gives that person and colleagues a bad look. Common sense says to listen and try and understand. Maybe have an open dialogue with that parent. Without parents and students, there are no jobs. Finally, Mr. Beach has already mentioned Senate Bill 866 and 871 for the second time, last board meeting as well. I don't think parents, grandparents understand the ramifications of these two bills. So parents listening that are here, please do your homework and research these bills, regardless whether or not you're for COVID vaccine, not for COVID vaccine. This is a detriment to our future kids and grandkids. So please do your homework and be ready to oppose these bills. They're very dangerous. Thank you. Good night.
Next speaker, Anthony Brundis.
Hi, I'm a father of 5. I have 4 kids that go here to ABC School District, and I just want to address the mandates, mask mandates. I just want to ask you guys, like, where's your common sense in masks? Because they do nothing for us or them. If anything, it makes the kids more depressed. They look like they're in prison in school. You guys create more division than actually trying to protect them. They need facial expressions. We were able to grow up being able to laugh, look at each other. I have kids that also have IEP classes. They can't see. You guys gave them a plastic mask. It gets foggy. It gets foggy real quick. And it's even harder to breathe than these. They play sports right next door in Orange County. Kids don't wear masks. Nobody. Stores or in the parks, they don't wear any kind of masks, and they're fine. And it is getting to the point where it's disrespectful. You guys trying to tell us what's right for our kids. You guys are not in our house when the kids are sick. The last time I checked, you guys don't go to our kids at school doctor's appointments. That flag right there is an American flag. We have rights. We have a choice. We have a freedom. We choose to parent our kids however we want to. Whether our kids are vaccinated or not, or we want to vaccinate them or not, that's our choice. It's not yours. That's up to us as parents. You guys should not be telling us how to parent our kids. And it's just getting to that point. And I just want to call out all parents out there. Come speak up for your kids. Speak up for your kids. Like, it is enough. Just like how the lady just said right now. It's not just for now, it's for the future. And we have to be able to respect each other's choice. It's not about whether we believe one thing or not.
30 minutes.
It's about respecting what we believe and being able to speak and just be respectful of each other's choices. It's not, I don't agree with LGBT, but I respect it. I'm sure a lot of people feel like everybody needs Jesus, but we don't push that in school. So I just want to let you guys know to just respect our choice. As parents, you guys need to get rid of this. It's unnecessary, and I don't think we should even be here in this spot. They don't do anything for us or them. And I know you guys probably don't want to hear this, but if you guys were to make vaccines a mandate, it's pretty much like medical rape. If you take this vaccine or not, I mean, it's either take it or not. I don't know, like, it's just, that's pretty much what it is. It's medical rape. So that's all I have to say.
Madam President, that concludes in-person speakers.
Okay, can you fill out the card? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can still come up.
Right now.
Yeah, can you come up? Can she come? Can you make a pass for her?
Madam President, in the interim, can we hear the online? Because we only have 10 minutes left.
Okay.
Right.
So we will, after this
Why don't we-
public comment, Scott, after this public comment, we'll have the online.
Thank you.
Good evening. I know we went a little bit late, but I want to say I really appreciate all of the board members. I really, truly appreciate all you do. When we were out there in the outside, we were honking, we were supportive, we were rallying with the teachers. We really believe in equity and equal pay, and we really feel like teachers should be valued, and that's a big thing for, especially we have 5 kids, so for us it's a big deal. When Dina spoke, and immediately when she said she's a parent and she's for freedom of choice, the amount of rude comments, the amount of disrespectful things that the teachers were saying, it was just appalling. My kids wanted to come out here and voice to the board members how they felt about these masks. You know, they have to run miles in PE with the mask outdoors. They can't interact with their friends like they used to. They're depressed. There's so much going on that teachers may or may not be privy to. So when we're here fighting for freedom of choice, it's not about anti-mask or anti-vaccine. It's just freedom of choice for parents, and that's all it's about. So when there's negative comments, you guys have to be mindful. Anybody who comes out here and speaks has to be mindful that there are students here. There's students that want to come out and speak to the board members. And when you guys say nasty things, this is not how ABC teachers should be carrying themselves. They're supposed to be following rules. They teach our kids follow rules. And how many times did somebody go over time and they just kept going through? There's times where parents have come out here to these board meetings and they have spoke and they've gone seconds over and someone will scream time. And it's usually CET teachers that will say time, time, time. And we don't do that. Parents don't do that to you guys. It's unfair. It's not right. Students also have a voice and they need to be heard. You teach them in school to follow the rules and be respectful. Well, do that. We didn't cackle you. We didn't say negative things to you guys. Students are watching. They're watching. Now, masks. It really should be a choice, especially for IEP students. Maybe a face shield. I totally get that we need to protect ourselves, and I'm 100% in support of that. I have an autoimmune disease, so I have a weak immune system. I've been wearing masks before COVID was a thing, so I know what it's like. I wouldn't force that on children. They can't interact with each other. When my son looks to see how his teachers and peers are pronouncing things, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. It makes it so difficult for kids to interact with each other. When they do the zones during lunchtime, it's 1 week you play handball and you have to stay in your zone. Then the next week you switch and you get to play basketball. It's so hard. At lunchtime, they're segregated, they're isolated, and they have to be in they have to speak with the same people on the same bench. It's a lot. It's so much, and it's so hard on these kids. And I know we're going to do the lift the outdoor mask mandate, which I'm really grateful if you guys do that. That would be amazing. But what about indoor? What about plexiglass? The virus, if it's airborne, plexiglass isn't going to do anything.
1 minute.
So all of these little things, if you can consider, parents, I speak to parents all the time. We're a pretty majority of the community that are very freedom of choice. We have parents that are fully vaccinated, and they do not feel like a 12-year-old should be able to consent whether they want to get vaccinated or not, especially when there's incentives like a free pizza being thrown at a 12-year-old. They don't understand that type of decision. So all of these things need to be considered, and I know each and every one of you, this is important to you, and I appreciate all of the work that you guys put in, because it's not easy. You have to deal with the Department of Health, you have to deal with, everyone's personal opinion, but at the end of the day, like my husband said, it is America. We should have a choice. We shouldn't have our choices stripped from us. It's important. And I appreciate all of you, and that's my time. Thank you guys so much.
Time. Madam President, that concludes the in-person speakers.
Okay, Scott, are you ready for the online virtual?
We're
Public
ready.
comments?
The first speaker will be Laura Hernandez. Go ahead, Laura.
Thank you. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Laura Hernandez. I have been serving our students and families at ABC for over 20 years now as a Head Start state preschool teacher, currently a TOSA working in child development. I have a bachelor's and master's degree in early childhood development with a specialization in early childhood trauma. I hold a specialized permit to work with preschoolers from the state of California. As a department, child development teachers are overlooked and underpaid, many of us holding the higher degrees that I just mentioned. I do not make what a first-year teacher makes currently. I wholeheartedly love what I do and love working with preschool-age students, serving our families, serving our community. I also live in the city of Cerritos. I'm the mother of 6 sons who've graduated all from ABC and are now wonderful men. My youngest is now working as a substitute teacher for ABC. And although I would have wanted to discourage him because of the wages, I encourage him. He's a lovely person, a wonderful young man, and will make a wonderful teacher. I have always taught my sons to advocate for themselves, and now it's my turn. I'm advocating for myself, for our child development teachers, CTE, nurses, and all other district teachers. I ask you, everyone on the board, everyone in the building, everyone hearing me right now, could you live on $1,350 paycheck? No, I don't think you could. Guess what? That's the amount of my February paycheck, $1,350. $1,350. Yes, my pay was impacted because I was ill most of January. What did that get me? The understanding that I shouldn't get sick in a pandemic and be a teacher at ABC as a child development teacher. That is, unless I just don't care about paying my monthly bills, $1,350. Can you live on that? I can't. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. The next speaker is Lakeisha Anderson. Go ahead.
Good evening. Last Wednesday, February the 9th, I was informed by Ms. M., the assistant principal of Gar High School, that the district has instructed administrators to identify students on permit to determine if they should be kicked out of school. I want to know why this is being done, what positive outcomes you are seeking to achieve, and what are the demographics of the students enrolled on interdistrict permit. As Vice President Beach stated, the district has suffered declining enrollment. Students have just now started to have an opportunity to enjoy a semi-sense of normalcy in school after 2 years of virtual learning. What do you seek to gain from this? I know ABCUSD to be a district that concerns themselves with the welfare of students, but these actions seem to be the complete opposite.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jolly.
Scott, how many more do we have?
We have 1, 2, 3, 5 more.
5 more. Do we want to vote to extend it? Because we have it originally scheduled for 11:30. So we have
So,
one more.
unfortunately, I think our bylaws prohibit that. We can only do it once. So we should have thought of that about an hour ago, I think.
Okay.
We don't legally have the ability to do that unless the attorney's here and find a different answer.
So should we just end it? One more public comment online? This will be the last one. Scott?
If that's what you'd like to do, Madam President.
Yes.
We still have 4 more after this.
We'll just end with one more. Just one public comment.
All right. This will be Jolly. Go ahead and unmute.
Hello. Good evening, Board President Yu, Vice President Beach, Clerk Eugenio, board members, and Superintendent Sue. Thank you to all members of our community in attendance this evening. My name is Jameson Jolly, and I teach at Gar High School. Before I begin my prepared remarks, I must say, Vice President Beach, tonight when we were looking over the data on the academic progress students have made, you did an excellent job of patting yourself and the administrators on the back for implementing some programs. However, your non-acknowledgement of the work executed by the teachers to get those results was deafening. Could you imagine if following Sunday's big game, the general manager credited himself, the head coach, and all the subordinate coaches for the Super Bowl win, but didn't mention any of the players? This is the very issue that has led the teachers to come out tonight. With that said, people say teaching is a calling, like the priesthood. Now, I don't know why we are the only public services servants who get this comparison. No one says this about police officers, firefighters, or for that matter, school board members. But I will say that many of us are drawn to this profession out of a deep desire to help our communities. As you have heard from my peers, the last 2 years have been the most difficult years of teaching we have ever had. I will not remunerate these in detail here. However, suffice to say the teachers of ABCUSD have dealt with everything COVID and the politicians have thrown at them. We have taken on more and more job responsibilities without additional compensation. We have been given little support with often conflicting directions. We have been asked to dig deeper and go back to our wells of strength time and time again. But I fear for many of us, the wells have run dry and there is no rain in sight. Where does this leave us? Speaking solely for myself, after 14 years of dedication to my students and this community, I am having a crisis of faith. Unlike my priest and his calling, I have a wife and child to help support. Inflation was 7% last year, and yet the district sits on a substantial reserve and continues to maintain a second-class status for our CTE teachers.
3 minutes.
This is the same district with whom we have a quote-unquote partnership. How can I have faith in this partnership when it feels like the relationship only runs one way? And how can I have faith in my role as an educator? This is the same profession that has been recently politicized with book bans, fear-mongering about critical race theory, and claims of brainwashing students with liberal propaganda. When the day-to-day job is as stressful as it has been for the past 2 years, these additional elements of derision become just too much to bear, and naturally a person starts to get a wandering eye. Nonprofit organizations and education consultancy firms are looking more and more attractive with each passing day. A major reason for this? No one says those professions are a quote-unquote calling so as to justify their low pay. Instead, they get paid as they deserve to be. Look, the district can't find substitute teachers for us. Schools of education are struggling to find the next generation of teachers. All the while, the baby boomers continue to retire from our teaching ranks. The laws of supply and demand dictate that labor is in its strongest position in years, and yet the district continues to be withholding when it comes to proper compensation and equal treatment of our CTE teachers. You can claim your concern is about declining enrollment or taxes or some other straw man argument until you are blue in the face, but that is not the real concern here. Many of those missing students will be returning to the classroom next fall as things return to normal. Additionally, ABCUSD has a massive reserve. Your real concern needs to be, if teachers like me leave this profession due to a crisis of faith, Who will you have left to teach our students? At the end of the day, I still want to be here. I just want to know through actions, not lip service, that you want me to be here too. Thank you.
Okay, the time is up, and I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight, and I especially want to thank my fellow board colleagues for listening to all the comments. And it's been difficult for all of us for the past 2 years, but we shall overcome together. Okay? So, good night, everyone. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, Eugenio.
Second?
Second, Ishii.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Actually, it has to be roll call, but it's supposed to be roll call, but that's all right. Yeah. Aye, aye.